The man hit the poor girl with all his anger. He couldn't understand how she could do something like that. He didn't expect such a trick from her, and it made him very angry. After all, she had ruined all his plans. The man furiously asked the girl how she could smile after that. He thought she was really crazy, because, in his opinion, only a crazy person could do that and then smile like that. The girl, with a smirk on her face and all the disdain, smiled and thanked him for such a compliment. Her behavior angered him even more. He gritted his teeth and said that she was arrogant. He was furious. The man screamed furiously at the poor girl because he wanted to know whose blood was flowing in her. He did not understand how she could question their family and get pregnant with an unknown child. The man thought that the young lady had gone crazy. The girl was only egged on by the man's behavior. She asked if he really wanted to hear who the father of the child was. The man was taken aback. The girl said that she had met the young man in a shabby tavern. He was drunk but truly beautiful. His muscles and hoarse voice caught her attention. He was truly an inveterate night reveler. The man was shocked by her words. He became even more furious. He did not want to listen to her and covered her mouth. The man said that from today on she would be under house arrest and she would not be able to leave the room. He shouted for the servants to lock her in the basement. The girl was a little surprised, as it was not difficult for her to get him mad. She said that because of her he had lost a good opportunity to sell his own daughter and get drunk on her grief. He was angry and shouted at the servants to take her away quickly. The girl shouted in rage that no one should touch her with a finger because she could not allow them to harm her and her child. She stood up proudly and walked herself to the place of her long imprisonment, to her great regret. She had no choice but to obey her father. The girl walked slowly into the room. It was hard for her, but she couldn't do anything. She had no choice. She knew that one day her father would pay for such treatment. The girl knew that she had to take revenge on him herself. She lay down on the bed and slowly fell asleep. She knew that she had no right to give up because she was carrying a child inside her. She knew what she had to do to ensure that they lived well and for a long time. 6 months ago, the girl decided to run away from home and make her dream come true. She simply had no other choice. The maids ran and looked for her in fear. They knew that if their master discovered that their daughter was missing, they would not be able to say hello. The girl fled because her father had recently informed her that Count Bupo had requested her as his concubine. He already had 3 concubines, and everyone knew that they had decided to simply sell the girl to the harem. She was shocked by her father's words. He wanted to sell her as an unnecessary thing, but the girl knew that she could not allow this. She vehemently did not want to marry such a pathetic man, so she came up with a plan and intended to implement it. She didn't know where to go, but she knew what she had to do. She couldn't let her father decide for her and sell her off as an unwanted item. The girl approached the house and saw men who were chatting incessantly. She wanted to approach them to solve all her problems and get it over with as soon as possible, when suddenly she heard a strange noise. She turned around and saw a man. He looked good. She decided to help him and later ask him for a favor. She approached him and asked if he needed help. He looked at her with bewilderment and asked who she was and what she wanted from him. The girl was a little taken aback. She sincerely wanted to help him. She asked him if he needed help. He was angry and said he didn't need help. He looked at her and told the girl to go away quickly. The young lady looked and said she needed help. She said she could help him and in return he would help her. A favor for a favor, so to speak. The man did not understand what she needed. The man found the girl's behavior very suspicious and incomprehensible. It was very strange that such a person was walking alone in such a place, but unfortunately he had no choice and he needed help. The man said that he needed a place to spend the night. The girl found a room where he could spend the night, and she also said that she had put all his things on the table. He thanked her for her help. The girl knew that she could not miss such a chance. She was determined to carry out her evil plan. She looked at him and said that since she was helping him, it was his turn. The young lady said that she needed him to spend the night with her. The man was dumbfounded. He did not understand her. He looked at her and asked her with a puzzled expression why she needed such a favor. The girl said that she wanted to take revenge on someone. He looked at her and thought that maybe a political conflict was brewing, and he was not a fan of such situations. The man said that there were other, much better ways to take revenge. The girl assured him that she had no time for another plan, and all the stories. He was puzzled by her persistence and desperation. She knew that she had to find a man and get pregnant by him. Otherwise, she would fail and be sold. She did not want such a fate for herself because it promised only troubles and misfortunes. Even the thought of it scared her. The man realized that the girl was desperate and had no other choice. He knew that he had to help her because he had no choice. He calmly approached her and said that in that case he would help her, referring to the fact that he would rather spend the night with him than with another man. He assured her that a random passerby could be a dangerous companion for her for one night, and he would not harm her. The girl knew that nothing mattered. After all, it was only one night after which everything should change. He kissed her tenderly. They moved to the bed. The girl enjoyed his company. She had been used to strong male hands only causing her harm since her early years, but now she had a completely different experience. She felt good with him, and she enjoyed the warmth of his body. The young lady did not understand how a man could be so gentle and affectionate. She was amazed and felt bliss with him. It was truly unforgettable feelings and a wonderful night. She wanted to know his name. She did not want to run away from him, but she had no choice. The man slept peacefully after a stormy night. A servant entered the room and apologized to the master for losing sight of him. He was upset and assured the master that this would never happen again. The man sincerely regretted that this had happened and wanted to make things right. The young man was surprised that his night stranger simply left and did not even say her name. He understood that he had simply fulfilled his duty, but was shocked by her departure. He remembered their closeness with warmth. Usually, he feels discomfort and sleeps poorly with such legs. But that night, he slept well in some incomprehensible hotel. This surprised him very much. He looked at his companion and asked him to find the girl he had come to the hotel with yesterday without delay. He really wanted to see her. She was beautiful, and he couldn't get her out of his head. After such an unforgettable night, he desperately wanted to meet the beautiful stranger again. The man wanted to see her at least once. He wanted to feel the warmth of her body more than once. Gupo arrived at the young lady's house. The father of the sweet girl almost danced Mercedes with the count. He was glad that he had arrived, because he could sell his daughter to the man sooner. Mrs. Karen looked at the men with contempt and disgust. The count saw her and could not take his eyes off her. He said that the rumors were true, and she was truly beautiful. He came close to her and said that she was the sweetest of all in the world. He wanted to possess her very much, and as soon as possible. The count said that the wedding would take place sooner than he thought, and in particular, he would try to do everything to ensure that the wedding took place as soon as possible. He wanted to possess her very much. The Viscount was over the moon. The Viscount said he would be very happy if the wedding took place tomorrow. Mrs. Karen decided to interrupt their truly sweet conversation and exchange of pleasantries, which irritated her to no end. She said that she had one small problem, which was in her stomach. Karina said that about 6 months ago, she had a relationship with a man in a tavern. The Count was shocked. He shouted furiously at the Viscount because he had hidden from him that the girl was pregnant. The Viscount said that he did not know that his daughter was pregnant, and he said that the child was not a hindrance because it had not yet been born. The Count grabbed the man in a rage and began to drag him to the door. The Viscount asked the Count to let him in, as he did not know that the girl was pregnant. But the Count wanted to deal with him immediately and resolve the issue immediately. He did not understand how the man had the conscience to deceive him. After they left, Karen laughed wildly at the whole situation. She was delighted by the Count's reaction, and she was very pleased that her father would get what he deserved. The Viscount was furious that his daughter had deceived him. He slapped her across the face. He looked at his daughter and said with fury that she had won the battle, but he would win the war. The Viscount came closer and said that he would make her life painful and unbearable, that she herself would beg for death. The man was angry and said that he would sell her and her child, and then he ordered her to be locked up, and in addition, he told the servants not to give her a drop of water for a whole week. 3 years later, Karen was living the life of a servant. She did everything her father told her to do. The servant came and said that Karen was being called by the viscount. The viscount looked at her with all his contempt and was glad that she looked so pitiful. He thought it was better this way because before she had been very arrogant. He asked her with a smirk if she wanted to answer something, but the young lady listened to him silently. The viscount said that after 4 years, he found a man who would buy it. Archduke Buster Cayenne was looking for a marriage partner for himself. The viscount said that there were rumors about the man, that he was a murderer, but since it was for her, he was not particularly worried about her future life. Karen asked how much he had paid for her. The man listed the entire list of what the Archduke had given him in payment for his daughter. He was pleased, as it had been a very good deal by his standards. The viscount approached his daughter and said that if she messed up again, he would sell her into a barrel along with her son. He added that she needed to behave decently if she wanted to be saved. And leave this place. Karina did not respond to her father's words. When leaving, the viscount said that they would set off on their journey in a week, so she needed to pack all her things in advance. Karen walked into the room. Her son was very happy that she had come. Karen was very happy to see him. He gave her life meaning. Karina was surprised that her son was still awake. Niti said that he was waiting for her, and that's why he didn't go to bed. She hugged him like crazy and said that they would most likely leave this place soon. He was excited. Niti asked if he would go with her. Karina smiled tenderly and said that they would leave this house together. The boy was very happy and jumped into his mother's arms so much that he almost knocked her over. Threads wondered if everything was okay with Mom, as she looked puzzled. Karina said that everything was okay, she was just very happy. The girl hoped that she could get them out of this place. They were getting ready to leave. Karina really wanted to leave the house as soon as possible. She knew that she would be able to cope with everything and survive all the hardships if they left this unpleasant place. They arrived at the place. The servants greeted the guests with all respect and said that the Archduke would only let the lady and her son into the estate, and everyone else would wait in the carriage. The servants did not take this news very joyfully, but they humbly agreed. Karen asked how long it would take to get to the estate. The servants of the estate said that it was about a 40-minute walk from the main gate to the estate itself. Niti said that he really wanted to walk. They walked slowly. The boy ran and was happy, as he was able to see a lot of beauty that he had not seen before. Lady Karen was met by the butler. He greeted her kindly and said that his master was awaiting their arrival in the drawing room. She assessed all the splendor of the estate and noticed that the young master was rich beyond measure. But the young Archduke decided to personally go down and meet them. Karen saw the Archduke and realized that this was the same man who was with her that night. She was wildly surprised and did not understand how this could be. The girl was glad to see him, but at the same time, she was frightened by his appearance. He didn't recognize her. She flew up to him and realized that something had been wrong with his eyes that night, but now he looked fine and the man himself looked healthy. The man introduced himself and said that she should not expect love from him in their marriage. He said that he did not want a big ceremony, and instead they would just sign the marriage papers. Karen agreed with him. The Archduke said that they would sleep in separate buildings and she would have a whole separate house. He said in a calm voice that he asked her to live a modest and quiet life away from society. Karen agreed with everything. He looked at her and realized that she was not afraid of him, but to his regret, he could not read her, because the young lady did not show her emotions. The man said that she would be provided with a separate group of servants and maids. He also asked her to inform the coachman and butler in advance if she wanted to go somewhere. The girl said that everything suited her, but she would prefer to live in the house only with her son. The Archduke was puzzled and very surprised. She said that she agreed to all his conditions and asked him for only one thing. He agreed. The girl was very grateful to him. Bowing, she thanked him again. Karen said she would live according to his demands. Covering herself with a fan so he couldn't see her face, she asked if she could go since he didn't need her. He let her go. The man watched her go. He thought she was acting like a stone. He thought for a second about the girl he had met 3 years ago. They were alike. The Archduke had not thought about the young stranger for a long time. At that time, he had searched the entire country, but could not find her. He noticed that they had the same build. The man did not remember the girl being so thin. Karen called her son and said that it was time for them to go. The happy boy ran up to his mother. The Archduke was surprised. The boy had red eyes, just like the young gentleman. He knew that such eye color was very rare and such a coincidence was very strange. The butler showed her the house, and with surprise asked if she really didn't need servants. Karen thanked him for his concern and said that she could handle it herself. Oslo said that if she needed anything, she could contact him. He also said that the knights would be on guard to protect her. Karen thanked him. The man left, leaving her alone with the child. Niti ran around the new house. The boy liked the new house very much. He was glad that they would live in such a place. He was glad that they had left their previous place of residence. He did not want to go back there anymore. He ran around the house and happily climbed up to the second floor. Karen shouted after him to watch his step and be careful. She was happy and hoped that in such conditions she would be able to raise him properly. The man asked the Archduke if he really wanted to let the girl live alone with her child in the house, without servants. The Archduke said that she would come and ask for servants when she got tired of taking care of herself and her son. He didn't know what she wanted to prove, but he was sure that he could handle everything. The Archduke was sure that if the girl asked for too much, he would have an extra headache. The man looked at him and said that marriage is not a battlefield, but the Archduke was sure of the opposite. The man meekly agreed and left his company. The man wanted to live to see the day when the master's heart would melt and he would become kinder. Karen was reading a story to her son. She thought he had fallen asleep. She looked at him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and started smiling. Karen asked him why he wasn't sleeping. Niti said he couldn't sleep in such a beautiful house. Karen looked at him wondering if he was interested in who his father was. Niti was surprised because he didn't know he had a father. Karen asked him to keep the secret, and she would tell him everything. The boy was surprised and asked why he should keep the secret. Karen said that when she met his father, he was bewitched by a monster toad. She said that she read him a fairy tale about a prince, a princess, and a monster. The characters in the tale were her and his father. He was happy that his mother was telling the story. Karen said that his father is the man they met in the morning, the one with red eyes. Niti was upset and couldn't understand how his father couldn't recognize him. Karen said that his father hadn't yet gotten over the curse that the monster had placed on him, and that's why he doesn't remember his family. And if he does remember them, the monster will find him and take him away. Karen said that for this reason he must keep everything a secret, and when he grows up he will become a knight, and then he will be able to fight the monster, and when he defeats him, his father will immediately remember them. Niti wanted to wake up his mother. The boy really wanted to go feed the fish that were in the yard. Karen didn't want to wake up, she wanted to rest a little more. He never woke her up and left without her. The little boy was very happy that he came to see the fish. He wanted to feed them. He looked at them and was surprised by their beauty and the fact that there were so many of them. He wanted to feed them so much that he accidentally dropped the bucket and the spatula. Unfortunately, it fell into the fountain with fish. He was very upset because his mother had bought this spatula for him at the market, and he didn't know what to do because he was afraid to climb in and pull it out of the water himself. But suddenly, he remembered that he had a new friend who would definitely help him cope and get the shovel. He looked around, but he was nowhere to be found, and decided to go and look for him somewhere else. The Archduke arrived at his estate. He and his butler began to discuss military matters. He, by the way, asked if anything important had happened while he had been away all this time. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a little boy. The Archduke noticed him running and could not understand what had happened. The Archduke asked his companion what the young boy was doing on his estate alone without an escort. He did not know what to answer because he himself was confused. Niti was very upset because he couldn't find his new friend to help him. He stood there and cried furiously. He really wanted to get his shovel, and he couldn't find help. The Archduke asked him what had happened. The boy was so frightened by his arrival that he almost fell. The man looked at him and froze in confusion. He inadvertently thought that he looked very scary because he was frightened. The little boy looked at him in tears and did not know what to call him, because he knew that this man was his dad, but he could not address him like that. The young boy said that he was looking for his friend to help him. The butler said that Oslo was busy with errands outside, so they had to help him themselves and calm him down immediately. Niti began to cry even more because he thought that no one could help him. He was very worried about his spatula. The Archduke did not understand why the little boy was crying so violently, and he did not know what could have upset him so much. He picked him up and lifted him up like a kitten and asked him why he was crying so much. Niti said that his spatula had fallen into the water and he could not get it back. The Archduke said that he would help him and asked where the shovel was. Niti was very glad that he would help him get the shovel now. He said where it was, and they went. Niti called the Archduke uncle, who hesitated since he was not used to hearing that. The Archduke carried the young boy in his arms. He was surprised at how light the young boy was. He asked him if he was eating well. Niti was shocked and did not know what to answer, as he was afraid that he might be scolded. Niti knew that he would be scolded for eating too much. He remembered his grandfather saying that any scraps were a luxury for them. His grandfather claimed that food was a huge waste of money for them, so they made do with what they got. Niti said that he eats once a day. The Archduke was shocked. He asked how he could eat once a day. Niti was very scared of his reaction. He said that they eat once every 2 days. The Archduke was even more surprised and angry. The boy saw his reaction, said that they eat once every 3 days. The Archduke angrily asked what was going on and how they could eat like that. The man ordered his companion to call all the servants and promised to figure out what was going on, as he wanted to restore order to his estate. The Archduke did not understand how a girl could raise a child alone without servants and do all the household chores. He did not understand how she could starve her son. The Archduke took the little boy's shovel out of the fountain. Niti was overjoyed that he had been helped. The Archduke said that if the boy ever got into trouble like that again, he could easily call him for help, and he would definitely help him. Karen came running to their noise. She hugged her son, and he ran to her joyfully and hugged her back. She was very worried about him, as she had been looking for him for a long time. He said that his uncle had helped him and got his shovel. Karen was surprised by this turn of events. She looked in surprise at the men who were standing near the fountain. The Archduke was very displeased. The man looked at Karen and said that they hadn't seen each other for quite some time. He looked at her and noticed that she looked a little ill, but she remained as cold towards him. He looked at her and asked if it was true what he had heard, that the little boy only ate once a day. Karen was very surprised by this question and said that it couldn't be. The man looked at her and said that he had personally heard this information from the little boy. The Archduke told the young lady that if she was having a hard time living without a maid, she should have told him about it right away instead of leaving the child hungry. Karen looked at him and said that there had been a misunderstanding and that everything was wrong. Karen approached her son and asked him if they ate 3 times a day, and also said that she baked him cookies. She said that he should tell his uncle the truth. He looked at her with incomprehension and said that if he ate a lot, he would definitely be yelled at. The Archduke was surprised. Karen hesitated a little and told her son that their life was much better now and different from before. The Archduke did not understand what was happening and how this could be. The girl's words did not fit in his head. Karen looked at the man and said that her child was just a little confused, and everything was fine with them. The man was furious. He didn't understand what had happened to them before and why they were behaving like that. So he said he would check everything personally. He intended to go to their house and see how they were living. Karina was shocked. She didn't understand why he needed to go somewhere himself and watch how they lived. She did not stop him, and they went into the house. The Archduke did not walk, but simply flew, because he wanted to quickly sort everything out. He flew into the house at full speed. When they entered the kitchen, he saw food on the table. The man thought that the young lady was not lying to him, since there really was food, but he was puzzled, and he asked why there were so few ingredients in the food, since there was little meat and vegetables. He asked her how she could cook the same way for a whole week. He was puzzled by the whole situation. He asked her if she knew how to cook and use other ingredients. The girl hesitated, not knowing what to answer. After thinking for a while, she said that next time she would buy other products. The Archduke looked at her and said that usually noble ladies do not know how to cook, and there is nothing wrong with that. He intended to send her a servant so that they would live in comfort. The girl was against strangers in her new home. The Archduke told his subordinate that they would dine together today, and he asked that food be prepared for 3. The girl was puzzled. She did not understand what was going on and why he was doing this. The Archduke and Karin were sitting on the terrace drinking tea. The man asked the girl if she would like to find a tutor for her son. The girl looked at him and said that it was too early, as he was still very young. The Archduke was sure that the boy needed to learn the basics of etiquette and language. Looking at her, he said that from now on they would eat together. The girl was puzzled by his persistence. He said that even his work would not interfere with him, and he would make time to eat with them. Karin looked at him and asked if he himself hadn't told her to live quietly and not create unnecessary problems for him. She didn't understand why he suddenly wanted her to change. The Archduke sipped his tea calmly. He said in a quiet voice that he had his reasons for this. Karin didn't like the whole situation very much. She didn't understand why she had to talk to him, let alone eat at the same table every day. The thought alone made it hard for her to breathe. The girl told her companion that if he wanted, he could only eat with her son. The man was furious at her words. He did not understand what she wanted to say. Karin looked away and said that they were still in a marriage of convenience, and if he needed her, she would obediently play the role of the Grand Duchess. She looked at him and said that he should not worry about her daily life. Since she does not want to be too noticeable, she also added that if a man tries for Niti, he can freely spend time with him and build a trusting relationship, and she in turn will train him well so that he does not create any problems. The man was puzzled by her words. He wanted to continue the conversation, but the butler came and said that their dinner was ready. Karin said she didn't want to eat and asked if she could go to her room. The man was in a bad mood, so he said she was free to choose. Karin decided to go to her room. She was very tired and could not think of anything except a warm bed. She lay down on the bed and fell asleep in an instant. Niti was very happy with such delicious food. He praised the food very much and said that it was the first time in his life that he was eating such delicious food. From all the boy's emotions, it was easy for the Archduke to guess what he liked. The man asked the young boy how his mother cooked. The mischievous boy said that when his mother cooks, she is the most beautiful, because she wakes up and walks only when she needs to cook food. The man was surprised by the boy's words and asked him if his mother usually lay in bed all day. The mischievous boy confirmed his words and said that if he himself did not tell his mother what he wanted to eat, she would not cook anything. The man thought that the girl might have a depressive disorder. Unfortunately, he had already met a person with such problems. It was a general who was captured by the enemy. He was a brave and strong man, but in the end he committed suicide in a prisoner of war camp. Even today he could not forget this story. The Archduke's companion asked his master to be a little kinder to the Duchess. The Archduke promised that he would do his best as he was trying very hard. He asked his servant to give him time for noon tomorrow. The Archduke came to his wife and said that they would eat together. Karin was very surprised, as she did not want to spend time with him. The girl wanted to be alone, but the man insisted that she sit with him. Karin got her son ready for school and told him to be sure to listen to the teacher. The boy happily said that he would definitely listen to him and also added that the teacher praised him every day. She looked at him and told him to study well, and then when he grows up, he will be able to teach her. The boy looked at his mother with a puzzled expression, as she was a little pale. He said that she must eat very well. Suddenly, a male voice was heard behind them. The Archduke told the boy not to worry and to go to school calmly, and he would immediately look after and be sure to take care of his mother. Karina was shocked and did not understand what the man was doing near their estate, but the Archduke did not look at her. He asked the boy to be attentive in class. Niti was in a hurry to get to class. He wanted to get started quickly, and overjoyed, he ran to the carriage. The man invited Karin to go with him to lunch. She meekly agreed, and when they were sitting at the table, she asked him why he was acting like that. She was puzzled by his behavior and did not want to attract too much attention to herself. He looked at her and said that no matter what, they were still a family and should pay at least a little attention to each other. She was puzzled by this answer and said that she would not mind if he ignored her. The man was puzzled. He said that he was against it and asked her if she really considered him a very bad person. The girl did not answer his provocative question. She only added that he himself personally asked her to live a quiet life and not to create any problems for him. Meant nothing and that they should not live like strangers. She said that she would play the role of a wife perfectly in front of people, so he should not worry. He said that was not what he meant at all. Karen asked if he was afraid of her. The man didn't answer. She said that she would do everything necessary to play her role properly, so he shouldn't worry about anything. The girl decided not to continue the meaningless conversations and slowly walked away. The servant asked the man how their dinner had gone. The man was furious and said that their conversation had not gone well at all. There had been no eye contact, and it seemed to him that he was talking not to a woman, but to a soulless doll. The servant suggested that the master should make some gift to his wife. The Archduke was angry. He did not want to do such stupid things, because he considered it unacceptable on his part. The servant said that she was his wife after all. The man said that it was only on paper, so he saw no point in pretending and playing. The servant said he would not speak of it again. He was worried that his master might regret what he had said. The Archduke thought it was funny, and he didn't understand what he might regret. Karen was very worried about her son, because he would sleep alone without her for the first time. The girl asked if he would cry. Niti assured her that he would be fine and that he was all grown up. Karen admired her son. She remembered how the servant told her that the boy was already much smarter than his peers. The man suggested that she let Niti go to a special educational event. Many children from noble families participated in the annual event. Karen was very proud of her son, as he had grown a lot and became independent. The Archduke approached them. He wanted to see the boy off. Niti was very happy to see the man. In his joy, he ran to him to hug him. The Archduke wished the little boy a good journey. Niti was very happy. He thanked the man, and he ran to the carriage in a hurry. He said goodbye to everyone and left. Karen was very grateful that the Archduke had come to see Niti off. She thanked him and asked if she could go now, since she didn't want to take up his time. He grabbed her hand and asked if they could talk in private. The man said that the conversation would not take long. He looked at her and was surprised at how thin she was. He thought that she could break down at any time. Karen asked the man to let her go because she felt uncomfortable. She was a little confused by the man's behavior. The Archduke apologized to the young lady for forcing her to dine with him. To his regret, he had not thought of her feelings, and that was rather selfish of him. Karen said that everything was fine, so he had no need to apologize. The man said he didn't want to bother with marriage or having an heir, so he just wanted to find a partner he could work with. He said that was why he couldn't just leave the girl alone. Karen hesitated. She didn't understand what kind of relationship he wanted to see between them. Then the man didn't know what to say. He wasn't ready for such a question. He hesitated a bit, then said that they could be friends. He said it without even thinking about it. The girl was surprised. He looked down and said that she herself said that she did not want to have a close relationship. In his opinion, since they had to live the rest of their lives together, he wanted to dispel the awkward atmosphere between them. Karen didn't know what she should do or how to behave because she had never had a friend before. She didn't know what the terms of friendship would be, but she knew it would be a lot of trouble. After thinking for a while, the girl accepted his offer of friendship. They shook hands as a sign of agreement and understanding. Karen was fast asleep. Suddenly, she heard a rustling and strange noise. A man's voice from afar wished her good morning. The girl was shocked and confused. She could not understand what he was doing in her room in the morning. Her husband said that she was sleeping for a very long time. The Archduke said that it was already noon, and he had become very hungry while waiting for her. Karen was in shock and didn't understand why he was waiting for her. Her reaction made him laugh. He smiled and said that he wanted to have a meal with a friend he had recently made. The man said that Niti would be back soon, so she had better get ready. He asked if he needed to call the servants so that she could get ready more comfortably and quickly. Karen said that she would get ready herself, since she was already used to it, and there was no need to call anyone. The man sat and thought about her words. He thought her behavior was strange. Since most children of aristocrats live in abundance and almost never do such things on their own, they can't even wash or dress themselves. The man didn't understand how she could cope on her own, let alone manage the estate. The girl left the room in just a towel. The man was shocked. He thought she had gone crazy. Karen calmly said that she needed to get dressed, so she asked him to turn away for a moment. The man was shocked and furious. He shouted that she was completely crazy because she decided to do such things in the presence of a man. Karen said that she completely forgot that he was in the room. He was perplexed and wondered if the girl really did not hit anything. He stole a glance at her and saw that her back was covered in scars. The Archduke thought that she looked like an unfortunate tree, battered by the wind. The man could not understand where they came from. He knew that such marks were left after long years of abuse. The Archduke remembered all the words and behavior of the girl and the boy. His puzzle came together. He realized that she had been repeatedly bullied and her will had been broken. He saw that she had completely lost hope. The man walked down the corridor. He noticed that the girl was dressed in the same clothes as yesterday. The man told his companion that she could call him by his first name. After all, friends usually call each other by their first names. Karen said that she didn't fully understand why he wanted to be friends with her. The man looked at her and asked with a grin if she wanted to be lovers. The man asked if they should act like regular spouses. Karen was scared and didn't understand what he was talking about. She asked if she had somehow neglected her duties as his wife. The girl thought he wanted to return her to her father. She begged him fervently to tell her what she had done wrong. He said that she was innocent and had done nothing. Karen was confused. She did not understand the reason for such strange behavior on the part of the man. Buster said he was very lonely. Karen decided to touch his forehead. He did not understand what the girl was doing. Karen said that everything was fine and he did not have a fever, but she could not understand why his face was red then. Karen asked him how he was feeling. Buster hesitated and said he wasn't feeling well. Buster thought he had a lot to learn before he could start socializing. Buster looked at the young lady and suggested that they live together in the mansion. He said that he wanted them to move in with him by the end of the month. He also said that if she was not comfortable, he would reduce the number of servants in the mansion. This was very unexpected for the girl. She asked him if he even understood what he was talking about. Buster told her not to be so surprised because he should have done it earlier, but unfortunately, he was too late. He wanted the girl to live like a real duchess. Buster was pleased that the girl knew the internal management of the estate, as it would be useful to her in the future. Karen screamed furiously that she couldn't move, and she said that if she had done something wrong, she would fix it. She begged him. Buster reproached himself for not thinking about her feelings and emotions. He honestly did not understand what kind of monster could break such a gorgeous young lady from high society. He grabbed her hand and said that she was a grand duchess from high society, and no one had the right to even raise their head and look into her eyes. Since the girl was the only grand duchess in the entire state, therefore, she was his wife. Buster promised her that he would never forgive anyone who tried to harm her in any way. He said that her father, too, would never dare harm her again. Buster looked at her and said that she was free to live as she wished, and it would be all right if she wanted luxury or caused trouble. He said that for now it was not about she can do whatever she wants when she kills. Karen laughed wildly. The man was shocked by such a reaction, because it was the first time he saw her smile. Her smile was imprinted in his heart. She thanked him for his warm and kind words. The Archduke said that such a reaction symbolized the agreement. The girl asked cautiously if such actions would be normal. He looked at her and said with a smile that he would be glad if they moved immediately, namely today. Buster was serious. Karen shouted after him that she was not ready to live next to other people, but the young man assured her that there was nothing wrong with that, since sometimes he also did not want to be among a large number of people. Karen asked Buster for a separate room, but he just looked at her and said that they were married. Karen begged him tearfully. He was persistent and refused her. Buster came up to her and said that he had already decided everything, not as the one who bought her, but as her husband. Buster said that first, they needed to take care of her food. He took her hand and they walked. Karen held his hand and remembered that night. She remembered the warmth of his hands. He was very gentle with her then and now. Nidhi ran up to Karen Hay at full speed, carried to his beloved mother. Nidhi told his mother that he missed her very much. Karen also missed her son. Buster pulled the boy away and picked up the kitten. He told Nidhi that he shouldn't jump on his mother like that anymore. The little boy didn't understand what was going on. He started crying. Karen said it was okay, and she could wear it, but Buster was against it. He told the boy that his mother was very fragile, and if such a big boy jumped on her, she might fall apart. Karen was shocked. She came up to them and said that it was not so and that she could easily lift and carry her son. Buster came up to Karen. He raised his hand and told Nitty to look at his hand and her mother's hand. The girl said that she was fine. Buster said that he would leave her alone after she started eating normally. Buster was carrying Nitty and asked him how his children's workshop had gone. Nitty said he had made many new friends. Karen looked at them, spellbound. They seemed so happy to her, and she knew that this was how a father and son should look. The Duke dismissed all the servants, and they were left alone. Karen thanked him. Buster asked her if she could hold meetings as a Duchess from time to time. Karen said she would do her best. Buster said she did not need to force herself. They sat at the table, and Karen felt his warmth. He filled her life with light. Buster woke Karen up because she had a nightmare. The girl was embarrassed. He asked her to come to him. The girl obediently went. Buster hugged her with all tenderness. Karen felt very good next to him. The warmth of his body warmed her very much. Buster asked her if she wanted to work out. The girl didn't want to. She wrapped herself in a blanket and lay still. Buster said that she should keep her body healthy and pay more attention to her health. But Karen was skeptical. She didn't like that. Buster decided not to give up. He asked the young lady if she wanted to go to the night festival with him. She was in shock. In her emotions, she untangled herself from the blanket and rushed to him. Karen didn't expect Buster to be so close. She stared at his face and became embarrassed. He said with a smile that he finally saw her face. Karen was uncomfortable and asked not to come close to her. Karen said that she had a hard time being in crowded places. Then he decided to ask her if she wanted to go to a masquerade ball with him. The girl was surprised. Buster said that during the year in the South there are several holidays, and this time the theme of the holiday will be a masquerade. It is necessary to wear a mask. Karen asked if she needed to wear a mask to hide her identity. Buster said that only masked people could enter. The girl didn't understand what was so funny about masks. She was sure that it was very difficult to see through them. Buster looked at her and admired her. Every time he saw new emotions on her face, he wanted to see them all. Karen addressed him formally, but the man told her to stop thinking about formalities and to address him simply by his name. He said that they were engaged and equal in title. Buster, looking at his wife, remembered the young stranger. He was ashamed that he suddenly remembered her in front of his wife. Buster said that she was a duchess and she would have to communicate with a lot of people, and it would be better for her if she resigned herself and got used to it. Karen hesitated and said that she had never talked to anyone except her father. Buster told her not to worry, because they could practice talking from time to time. Karen was surprised and asked where and when they could arrange a meeting. Buster listened to her, but again he remembered his stranger. He was sure that her voice was like the stranger's. He had a familiar feeling. He did not understand how such a coincidence could exist. Karen said she always had to check with her father before she went anywhere. She asked if she now had to check with him before she went anywhere. Buster said she could find him in the study or ask Vincent where he was. Buster asked how old Neaton's was. The girl had not expected such a question, but she obediently answered that the boy was 2 years old. Buster considered that if the boy was 2 years old plus the 9 months she carried him, that came out to 3 years. He hesitated, as there were too many coincidences. Buster asked how exactly the boy's father had died. Karen was not prepared for such questions. She was very nervous. Buster said that he had to tenderly add the boy to the family register and wanted all the information about him. Karen said that it was just an accident. Karen said that if this was causing him problems, he didn't need to add Needy to the family register. Buster was surprised and asked what she was talking about. Karen wanted to raise her son free and unburdened by a title. She sincerely wanted her son not to fight for power. Buster asked, puzzled, what she was hinting at. Karen said that there were more worthy ones to become his heir. She looked away from him and said that it would even be good if he had a relationship with someone else. He did not understand what she was saying. Karen said that he could calmly have a mistress, and she would not interfere with them. Even if necessary, she would move to another estate. Buster stormed out of the manor in a rage. Vincent met him on the way. The man was puzzled by his master's mood. He asked how it had gone. Buster was angry. He didn't understand how she could say such a thing, and who did she even take him for? Vincent kept asking the gentleman what had happened because he wanted to help him. But Buster said nothing, only asked if he thought he was handsome. The servant said that the gentleman was attractive. Buster thought that his wife was strange. Buster asked Vincent where Thread was. The man said that the boy had gone on a mini expedition with his shovel. The man noticed that the gentleman had taken a great liking to the boy. He also said that he was very young, but for his age he was quite polite and smart. He thought that he had been raised well. Vincent said that what interested him most was the fact that the boy looked so much like the master. Buster realized that he was not the only one who noticed the resemblance. Buster said that Vincent should contact those in the shadows to find and interrogate the man who worked for the Viscount 3 years ago, namely the one who knows all the internal affairs. Buster knew that there were too many similarities between Karen and that girl. Buster told the servant that he wanted to know who really got Karen pregnant 3 years ago. He wanted to know only the truth and the exact information. The servant said that he would do everything and that he had nothing to worry about. He left the master alone with his thoughts. Buster decided to go and see Nitty on his expedition. Nitty was very happy to see the man. He jumped into his arms in joy. Buster asked the boy what he was doing. Nitty said that he was building a sand house and invited the man to play with him. Buster looked at Nitty and saw himself in his youth. The boy was very similar to the master, in his eyes and even in his features. Buster showed the boy that you can mix sand with water and get a much better form for building. Nitty was very happy with this discovery. Buster asked the boy if he ever wanted to see his father. Nitty knew the truth, and he also knew that he couldn't tell his dad the truth because the monsters might take him. Nitty said that he only wanted his mom and uncle. Nitty came up to Buster and asked him if he liked his mother. Buster said that he liked her, and Nitty did too. The boy was very happy. Buster asked the boy if he wanted to go to the night festival with him. Nitty didn't know what it was. Buster said. It was a very fun night. Fair Nitty hesitated. He knew that his mother didn't like having a lot of people around. Buster asked the boy if his grandfather had ever hurt his mother. The boy hesitated, but he told everything Nitty said, that his grandfather was with his mother every day. She often bled, and that's why she always cried, but the girl, on the contrary, calmed her son and said that everything would be fine. Nitty hated his grandfather for everything he did. Nitty cried uncontrollably. Buster comforted him. The man said that everything would be fine, and he was there. Nitty said that they lived in a dark place, under the stairs, and that it was very creepy. Buster was in shock. He couldn't believe they had gone through such torture. He hated the Viscount, and he would never forgive him for such terrible deeds. Buster told the boy not to cry or worry. He would figure it out and pay his grandfather back 100-fold. Nitty didn't understand what he was talking about. Buster said the boy would never see his grandfather again because he would send him very far away. Nitty thought for a moment. He threw himself into Buster's arms and thanked him for his help. Buster said that he didn't need to thank him, since they were one family. Nitty said that he would definitely beat the monster. Buster didn't understand what he was talking about, but he said that he was looking forward to his victory. Buster asked Nitty how long he would call him uncle, since he wanted him to call him daddy. Nitty hesitated. He knew that if the monster heard him calling him daddy, it would take him away. Nitty said it was too early and ran away from Buster. The man was surprised, but he smiled as he looked after him. Buster screamed furiously. He could not wake his wife. When she woke up, he said that she promised to be ready at 10, and it was already 10:30. The girl was very surprised that she overslept. Buster said that she asked for it herself. He picked her up and carried her downstairs. Karen was shocked by what he was doing. Buster said that it was already time for the meal, so she would eat in what she was wearing. Nitty ran up to his mother in joy. Karen noticed that the boy had woken up earlier than usual. He said that there would be a masquerade today, and he invited his mother to go with them. Buster said that he had many different masks in his storeroom so they could choose any they liked. Buster said that he just collected them since he attended this event every year. As he said this, he blushed deeply. Karen was surprised that he could be shy. When she saw Karen's food, she said that she had been given too much. Buster said that it was the recommended portion for a grown lady. Karen started eating and really liked it. The food was completely different from what she cooked. The spices gave the dish an even more refined taste. Karen said with amazement that she never thought that cabbage could taste so good. Buster was glad that she liked it. Buster said he had received an invitation to the Emperor's birthday party. Karen knew that attendance at such an event was mandatory for the court. She said she had no choice but to go. Buster said that if she didn't want to, she didn't have to go. Karen knew there would be consequences if they didn't come. Buster said it was his job to cater to the Emperor's whims, but if she wanted to try, then he would definitely help her. He had no doubt that Karen would be the most beautiful lady at the ball. Buster said that her father would not even dare to approach her. He smiled and told her to remember that she was a duchess, so that no one could harm her. Buster said that if she hadn't yet worked up the courage to go out, they could try another time. He also said that in any case, the choice was entirely hers. Karen said that she needed to think about it. Neatons chose a rabbit mask. Karen was surprised and said that there were lion and leopard masks. Neatons said that the rabbit had red eyes like him. Karen looked at Buster and asked why he chose the wolf mask. Buster said he was simply following the legend of the red-eyed wolf. Buster asked why she chose the fox. Karen said that the mask is the same color as Nitty's mask. Nitty said that his mask is friends with his mommy's mask. Karen said with a smile on her face that today is the day when the white fox and the white rabbit will become best friends. Karen said that if Buster was lonely, he could become a white wolf and join them. Buster didn't respond. People on the street admired the beauty of the fair. Buster said that the masks of the spirit world are the main event of the festival. They say that if you put on a mask, you can enter the spirit world. Buster asked Karen if she knew the folk stories that tell about the spirit world. Karen said that unfortunately, she doesn't know the stories. Buster said that in the South there is a legend that there is a secret passage through which spirits enter their world, but it opens only on summer and autumn nights. There was an opinion that spirits and some animals could pass through the secret passage. That is why people put on animal masks to penetrate the world, spirits, and see what it is like. Karen was very interested. After all, she had never heard of anything like this. She was having a lot of fun. Karen was glad that they had come to such a place. Buster saw a shop with masks. He asked his companions to wait a little while. He went and bought a white wolf mask. He said that he bought the white mask only because it was very rare. His nice companions knew that he was a fraud. He just wanted to wear a white mask. Buster urged them on. They went deeper into the fair. Karen saw so many people. The girl remembered all their conversations. People despised and condemned the poor girl. She felt sick. Buster ran up to her. He didn't understand what was happening. Buster was very worried about his wife. The girl was in a panic. She heard many voices in her head. She frantically asked for help. Buster tore off her mask and began to calm her down. He shouted at her to breathe and listen to his voice. Buster assured her that she was a strong woman who raised her son, giving him love and care. Karen came to her senses and quietly laid her head on her husband's shoulder. He told her that as long as she was with him, everything would be fine and no one would dare to hurt her. He told her that she should not give up. Karen raised her head and said that she would not give in. She knew that she needed to live for her son and for a better life. Her men were very worried about her, but Karen assured them one by one that she was fine. Buster offered them fried vegetables. Nitty and Karen were skeptical about such a treat. Buster assured them that the treat was very tasty. Since the locals had learned to cook them, the taste was simply magnificent. Karen did not like vegetables very much. As soon as they tried the vegetables, they were stunned. They really liked it. Nitty ate the treat in no time. Karen asked if he wanted to eat her treat as well, since she didn't want any more. Nitty said he was full and wanted his mother to eat. Buster looked at them and told them to stop acting like that and thinking about money. Karen just smiled and said nothing. She liked Buster's concern. Buster looked at Karen and said she needed to buy more dresses. Karen said she was happy with the 5 she had. Buster said he didn't think that was enough. Buster thought for a moment and said that they should call the self-proclaimed itinerant designer Buster. Notice that he was a very eccentric young man who traveled all over the world. Karen asked how he knew such a free soul. Buster said that the man had been to the Empire a week ago. Karen remarked that they were lucky. Buster asked Nitty if he wanted a new toy. Nitty was happy and said he would like one very much. 2 months passed. Karen and Buster were drinking tea. Nitty ran up to them. He told his mother that he had already returned. Karen was very happy. Nitty asked his mother if she ate with her uncle. Nitty saw Buster and said that he had already returned home. Buster said with a smile that he had already realized it and asked the boy to go wash his hands. Nitty ran to wash his hands. Buster and Karen were left alone. Buster said that they had become very close lately, and he asked when Nitty would start calling him father. Karen was shocked. She had never thought he would say that. The girl hesitated and said that she thought he didn't like children. Buster said that they were different, and he liked spending time with them. Karen said she was very glad that they were able to become good friends. Karen thanked Buster for being in her life. She said that if it weren't for him, she would have been sold to someone else, and who knows what would have happened to her. Buster was shocked. Karen said that the Count wanted to buy her. Buster realized who the girl was talking about. Karen said that her father was going to sell her to the Count. Buster was shocked. The Viscount was crazy about money. Karen said that she didn't want her to be sold to the Count, so she came up with a plan. She decided, let's take her. Now Karen knew she had acted rashly. She had made this choice when she was young and naive, but now she wished she had thought it through. She was terrified of what the poor child had gone through. She knew she had committed a sin she could never undo. Karen felt guilty for not being able to give him a good life. Karen knew she had to find another choice, even if it meant hurting herself, but she had no choice but to get pregnant. Karen was grateful to Buster for giving her and Nitty a new life. Karen didn't want to be a burden to him. She asked for time to think about the offer. The man knew that even if it was a refusal, he had no right not to argue since he respected her decision, but still his heart was heavy. The man told the young lady that they had found a designer who would make her a dress. Karen asked him what he was like. Buster said that he looked a bit like a fox. Karen said that it sounded really cute and she wanted to meet him. The man was sure that it wasn't cute at all, but the opposite. Buster said that he would advise her not to look at him because she might have nightmares about him. Karen said she had a question for Buster. She was very curious about how attractive he was by beauty standards. Buster was very hesitant because he didn't expect such a question. He said he didn't even know, but he thought he was very ordinary. Karen was confused. She heard his answer and realized that if he considered himself ordinary, then she fell into the category of ugly people. She did not consider herself as attractive as others. Buster told her not to get carried away by the young designer. Karen agreed with him, but she also asked him why he married her. Buster was shocked. He did not know what to answer. He asked why she asked so suddenly. Karina asked him why he had married such an unattractive woman like her. The man was shocked. He did not understand how such a ridiculous idea came into her head. The girl wanted him to be frank and honest with her. The girl knew that he had refused the princess's offer. The man hesitated and asked how she knew. The girl said that she had ears and that the servants were always willing to gossip. The man said that they were not made for each other, as the princess is very narcissistic and often behaves like a child, and wants all her whims to be fulfilled and no one to dare contradict her. But unfortunately, it was quite difficult to refuse her. The girl said that she understood everything and understood that appearance was not important to him. That is why she became his wife. He was shocked and said that in fact everything was not so, and said that he considered her very beautiful. Buster asked her if she had thought about the emperor's birthday. The girl hesitated. She did not know what to answer him. She asked if there would be children besides Thread. The man said that most likely there would be many children, but they could be placed in a separate place so that they could have fun there. The young lady hesitated. She didn't know if she should go just for her son's sake, but she wanted him to grow up surrounded by friends with whom he could have fun. The man said that he wanted her to think about herself. He asked her if she wanted to take revenge on her father. The girl was confused. He said that he had bullied her and even wanted to sell her to the Count, and all this could not help but leave scars on her heart. The man said that if she needed his help, she only had to ask and he would solve everything. Karen said that if he had helped her, she would have been grateful, of course, but after such actions, he would have become someone she would have feared and not respected. The girl added that then she would not grow up at all and would be afraid all her life. Karina had always thought about it. She really wanted to deal with her father on her own, and after that, she would be able to do something more. But now, most of all, she wanted to move on and become someone she could be proud of. The man agreed with her and said that he would then inform the servants so that they could prepare everything for the trip to the Emperor's feast. Karen looked at her husband and asked him not to leave her alone, because with him she felt she could move on. He looked at her and said that if that was what she wanted, he promised never to let her go. A young man was walking late at night, accompanied by some young gentlemen. He kept saying that he was very cold. The other men hurried him, but he was angry and said that he was very cold and that his hands were freezing. He also said that he was hungry and could not go anywhere else. He asked them to leave him where he was. One of the men could not stand his whining any longer. He grabbed him, threw him on his back, and carried him. The young gentleman screamed to let him go as he could walk on his own 2 feet. He screamed that he would sue him for kidnapping, but the man said that if he wanted to do that, he would have to go to the Archduke. The young gentleman was furiously angry. He shouted that he would kill everyone and would never forgive them for such behavior. He shouted that he was a skilled designer and did not stir potatoes. The young gentlemen hurried as best they could. They did not want to be delayed, as they wanted to complete the task as quickly as possible. Karen thought about her husband's words. She knew that she wanted to take revenge on her father, but to her regret, she did not know how to do it. She was still weak, and even now she was shrouded in fear of the man. The girl was afraid that her father might find out who her son's real father was and do something very bad to them. He could use this connection to discredit the Archduke. Karen thought that if her husband found out the truth about their son, he would most likely think that she was just using him. But the girl knew that sooner or later she would have to tell him the truth. Karen knew that for this, she would have to become much stronger. Buster came to Karen. He touched her gently and said that she was a real sleepyhead. He told her that she needed to get ready because the designer had already arrived. Buster said she had been sleeping for quite a while and asked if she had trouble sleeping. The girl said she was fine and just very warm and cozy in bed. She asked when her room would be ready. Buster hesitated a little. Karen said that she hadn't stayed in his room for long, but he had told her that he would prepare a room for her. The man looked at her and asked if she would like to stay with him. The girl hesitated. She said that it wasn't that she didn't want to stay in his room with him, but that she was causing him a lot of trouble. Buster told her she didn't have to worry about anything. He could sleep in an awkward position and he wouldn't care about her nightmares. The girl was a little surprised. The man said he would always be there for her and asked if she didn't feel better when he stroked her back the night before. Karen felt very uneasy. She said that she urgently needed her own room to avoid such situations. Buster said that she had nothing to worry about. He asked if her nightmares had become less frequent. Karen thought about it for a while. Buster said it was because he slept next to her, and added that she had nothing to be ashamed of, because everyone needed someone to be there for them. Karina considered herself a burden because at their first meeting, he said not to bother him, and she did not want to bother him or put a spoke in his wheel. The young man said that everything was not so at all, and added that if she would, he would not mind that she bothered him, and said that she could always call him for help. Buster said that they had to leave already, so she had to get ready. Karen was very surprised by all his words. She was very pleased. She noticed that he blushed a little. Karen saw Buster and asked him why he was waiting for her. The man said he would accompany her. Buster said he also intended to take the opportunity to buy some suits. Basta said that they would not be able to meet tomorrow because he had important things to do. Karina said that he was fine. She understood everything. He hesitated a bit and asked if she was interested in where he was going. Karen asked if she could find out and if it would be too weird if she asked. Buster said that she could do anything since she was his wife. Karen smiled a little and asked what would happen tomorrow. Buster said that he had been cursed since birth, and at nightfall he lost his sight. Karen remembered the day they first met. His eyes were a little different. Now everything became clear to her. Today she understood why he didn't recognize her. Buster looked at his wife and said that she did not look surprised. Karen said that everyone takes their time, and he was no exception. She also added that she would not force these to tell and all if he was not ready. Yet Buster thought that she was a very understanding wife. When they entered the room, they saw a mess, and a sleeping young designer. Buster was angry. He grabbed him by the shirt and dragged him to the balcony. He intended to teach him a lesson for such rude behavior. The young man screamed furiously, but later he noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time and said that the Archduke looked beautiful, as always. The man said that he could spare him if he made 100 dresses. The young man was shocked. He did not understand how he could only make clothes. Buster screamed at him and said that then he would die. The young man, under pressure, completely agreed and said that he would do everything. Sitting on the floor, the young designer told Buster that despite his high position in society, he could not threaten to kill anyone. Buster said that it was very funny to see him trying to get out of it now and reminded him that he had ignored his orders. The young designer asked Buster why he needed so many dresses. The young Archduke said he needed clothes for his wife and son. The young man was shocked that Buster had married and had a child. Buster said that the boy was attending classes. The young man hesitated. He did not understand how he could have such a big child and said that it was probably some kind of joke. Buster introduced the designer to his young wife. The young designer was shocked, and he desperately wanted to know the truth from the girl. He persistently asked if what the Archduke had said was true. Karen confirmed her husband's words. The young man was puzzled and could not believe what was said. The young designer introduced himself, and Karina remembered his name. He was a famous designer, and all the women of high rank wore his clothes. The young man said that she had thought correctly, and he was the second son of Count Palette. But since he had not inherited his title, he had traveled and designed clothes. Buster said that he had been thrown out of his family. Karen was surprised and shocked. Karen said that perhaps she had offended him with her reaction. The young man said that not at all. He was just a little surprised, as he was usually looked down upon for being disowned by the Countess. Karina said that she really admired his decision. He simply followed his own path and also followed his dream, and no one stood in his way. The young designer thanked her. Karen said that she had not seen his work. A young man approached Buster and said that he was wearing clothes that he had made with his own hands. The girl was surprised and really liked it. She praised him. The young man wanted more praise and a different reaction. The girl said that she didn't know much about fashion and asked him for forgiveness. The young man said that he would definitely make her dresses. He also added that he did not know if he could make a large number, but at least he could make enough for her daily life. The girl smiled and became embarrassed. She said that she did not really need very many, and she asked to focus on her son's clothes. Buster said that the young man should work on the formal dress for now, as it was necessary for the Emperor's ball. Otherwise, he could take his time. The young man thought that he had not called his little helpers for a long time. Karen was surprised. The young man said that he was calling the spirits of water and wind. He used a special cloth because it was impossible to find in this world. Karen had heard that spirits entered their world, but she had never seen anything like it. The man explained to her that he extracted the essence of wind and water into the cloth. That's why it was very light and breathable, and it was special because not many people could make it. The girl admired the beautiful fabric with great passion. She had never seen anything like it. Karen asked if she could accept such an amazing thing. The young designer thought it was strange that the noblewoman was surprisingly so modest and polite. The girl showed her husband the fabric, and they admired it together. Karina said that she wanted to make lots of cute clothes for her son. Buster said that children grow up very quickly, so they shouldn't make lots of clothes for him now. Karen thought that he was right, and that it made sense. He looked at her and said that they didn't want the clothes to go to waste. The boy stood and watched their conversation. He was shocked that Buster was actually enjoying the conversation. He had never seen such a gentle expression on his face. He knew that Buster always bossed people around or threatened them when they argued with him, but he couldn't believe that someone like him could talk so gently to someone. It was an amazing sight. The young man said that they needed to take measurements. Karen agreed and started to undress. Buster was shocked. He stopped her. He asked what she was doing and why she was undressing. Karen said that this way she would get the right size. Buster was puzzled by such a reaction. He asked who told her to do this. The girl said that the designers from the boutique. Buster asked if the designers and tailors were men. The girl confirmed his words. He asked if they did anything strange. She was puzzled and said that they did nothing and asked why he asked. The man said that it was not necessary to undress to take measurements, and what's more, male tailors rarely earned money with noble figures. The girl froze. Karina was puzzled as she understood their strange behavior at work. She apologized to her husband. Buster asked why she was apologizing. The girl could not answer him. She was confused by the whole situation. A servant came to them and said that the Threads would be returning home. Buster told Sun to go first. He wanted to be alone with his wife and talk for a while. Sun obediently went down. He realized that after everything that had happened, he had to leave them alone. Buster and Karen were left alone. Buster said he wasn't mad at her. He was only mad at the Viscount and those pathetic tailors. The girl realized it was all because of her ignorance. Buster said he wanted her to be honest with him. Buster said that he found it very difficult to understand what she was thinking, so he wished she would express herself more directly. Karen was puzzled and shocked by the whole thing. Karen said she felt like there were a lot of things in the world she didn't know and couldn't do. Buster didn't want her to apologize all the time. He wanted her to be happy and smile more often. He asked her what she really liked. She said her son. Buster asked her if she likes anything else. Karen looked at him with a smile and said that she liked him now too. She said that it had been many years since she had met someone as kind as him. Buster was surprised he knew who she was talking about. Buster asked if Neeti's father had been kind to her. The girl recalled that night with a smile and warmth and said that the young man had been very gentle with her. Buster was a little angry. He did not like to hear that he asked if it was true or if the man had died. Because if there was a chance that he was alive, he might come to them in search of his son, or he might blackmail the girl. Karen said he wouldn't do that. Buster couldn't understand why she trusted him so much. He said he had a report to take care of, so they could only see each other for dinner. Buster left the room when suddenly he saw a scout from behind him. Buster asked what he wanted to report. The man said that they had inspected the villages and realized that the epidemic had begun. Buster said he should make sure that each village isolated the infected. He also said the man should pay attention to the water supply. Buster said that if anyone sick tried to enter the region, they would need to detain him and find out what his illness was. Buster asked the young man to call all the interested parties together so that they could formulate a plan of action. The man meekly agreed and left the Archduke alone. Buster knew he would have to leave home for a while. He was very worried about being away from home. He sincerely hoped that nothing would happen to his family. It was already dark. The man was left alone with himself. A curse was waiting for him. He knew that the curse ran in the blood of his family. It could never be lifted, and it mattered how much he read and searched for information. He had heard rumors that some people had cured themselves, but the records were made so long ago that there was no proof. However, his father had gotten rid of the curse, but, unfortunately, he did not consider it necessary to tell the secret. Instead of telling, he handed over the title of Archduke and disappeared with his wife. Buster did not see his father and mother for more than 5 years. He missed them and did not understand how his own father could do this to his own son. Buster was puzzled. He was thinking about his curse when he heard a knock on the door. He was shocked because he didn't expect anyone at that time, and on that day it was Karen who knocked on his door. He was surprised that she came. He didn't expect to see her at all. Karen asked in a gentle voice if she could enter his room. The surprised man allowed her to enter. He was waiting for her, looking out the window in the dark night. Karen calmly entered the office. Buster was surprised that she had decided to come to him on such a night. He calmly asked her what had brought her to him at such a late hour. She looked at him closely and realized that she was right, because her husband and the man from her last meeting were the same person. Karen looked at him and with all the warmth in her voice said that she came because it was already too late before release and he still had not come to her. Buster smiled and asked if she was worried about him. Karen said she was worried about him. Buster invited his wife to sit next to him. Karen meekly agreed. The girl noticed that the man had been having a hard time lately. Karen looked at him and said that he should be careful at night, and especially not go into dark alleys. Buster was surprised and didn't understand why she was talking about dark alleys. Karen was confused when talking to her husband. His image and their first meeting appeared in her head. The girl hesitated but pulled herself together and said that she said so because she was worried that he might rummage somewhere. Buster smiled and thanked his wife for her concern. Buster looked at his wife and asked if there was anything that was bothering her or making her uncomfortable. Karen looked at her husband tenderly and said that everything was fine and that her life was like a fairy tale at the moment, compared to the past events. The girl said that her life was like a fairy tale. Buster was surprised Karen looked at him and said that sometimes she was surprised herself because her life had changed so much. The girl thought for a moment and said that all the changes started with Nightons. Buster said with sadness in his voice that this would not have happened if she had not met that man 3 years ago. Karen said with a smile that that meeting was a turning point in her life. She knew that it was destined that they would meet again. Buster was upset, and looking away, he said that he believed that she had never been able to forget the man. Karen smiled and said that she couldn't forget him. She knew that she couldn't forget him because he was sitting right in front of her. Buster was puzzled and did not answer her. She looked at him intently and didn't understand why Buster was so upset. Karen looked at her husband, smiling, and remained silent for a while. A moment later, Karen said that she was very happy because she was able to meet him. Buster was surprised. Karen said she felt like she had a reason to move on after coming to the estate. She said he gave her the strength to move on and watch her son grow up. Buster said that he understood her feelings perfectly. Karen was surprised, but she was pleased. Buster said that he was an unbearable child because he constantly rebelled against his father. Karen was amused by his words and burst out laughing. Karen looked into her son's room and told him to wake up because it was time for him to go to school. Karen was surprised that her little boy slept longer than her, and she asked him with a smile what was wrong. After she came closer, she became alarmed because she saw his condition. Karen was scared and didn't understand what was wrong with her son. Karen ran to the bed and screamed frantically and called her boy's name. Needy made continuous sounds. She was scared and worried. Karen asked her son what was wrong with him. She realized that he seemed to be sick. She picked him up and realized that he was all on fire. Karen was frightened by her son's condition and did not understand who could help him. Karen rushed to the door and screamed frantically. She called for her husband. Karen rushed into the hallway with lightning speed in search of her husband. She screamed and ran. Karen hurried to her husband and, not noticing the step, stumbled and almost fell. Karen caught Buster. She was very happy to see him. He was puzzled by his wife's behavior. He calmly asked if she was okay. Karen did not answer in the confusion. She was worried Buster asked what was wrong, as she was very puzzled about something. Karen, in turn, cried tearfully that Neeti was sick. Buster stood frozen in shock, looking at his wife. Buster looked at Vincent and told him to call Holly immediately. Vincent, in turn, said that he would do everything immediately. Buster looked at his wife and said that they needed to go back to Neeti. Karen agreed with her husband and they went to the boy. Karen looked at her husband and son. She was happy and relieved when her husband came to her aid, but unfortunately, she realized that she felt useless. She knew that if she were a perfect countess, she would be able to make her own decision and not have to worry about Buster. She knew that then she wouldn't be so worried. She was furious with herself for her helplessness. Buster looked at the boy and said that they had problems. Buster looked at the boy and told Karen to stay away from her son until the doctor arrived. Karen was confused as she did not understand what her husband was talking about. Buster stared at little Neeti. He calmly asked, "Did his wife notice? She has a rash on his body." Karen said that when he said that, she remembered seeing a rash on her son's body. Buster said the boy most likely had an infection. Karen was shocked and worried. She asked with tears in her eyes if it was really an infection. She didn't believe him until the very end. She didn't understand where and when her son could have caught the disease. Buster said that an uncontrollable epidemic was beginning to spread in the South, so he had been very busy for a while. Karen couldn't understand how her son could have been infected. Buster said that most likely one of his peers was infected and later infected Neeti. Karen was seriously scared. She ran to her husband and screamed frantically. She wanted to know if there was a cure for the disease and if it was fatal. Buster was calm and asked his wife to calm down and pull herself together. Buster looked at his wife and said that he would do everything in his power to help Nitty. He promised to find a way out and asked her to trust him. She looked at him with tears in her eyes but did not answer. Karen looked at her son. He was lying feverishly in bed. She was very worried about him and wanted him to run around the house again, carefree and happy. Karen looked at her husband and asked if he was sure he had caught the infection from the south. Buster said he thought he probably had. He said the doctors hadn't been able to pinpoint it, but they were working on a cure. Karen looked at her husband tenderly and said that she understood everything. Karen thought for a moment. She desperately wanted to do everything to make her son get better. Karen said she was sure she had read about similar symptoms somewhere before. She knew there was a small chance that her son could be saved. Karen knew she would do everything she could to make sure her son got better. Buster was surprised, as he did not understand where she could have read such information. Karen looked at her son and said that she thought he had already had such symptoms. She knew that he had already been through a similar illness and was able to recover easily. The doctor came in to apologize to them. Buster was pleased that Holly had come. He sincerely hoped that he would examine the fry and tell him what was wrong with him. The doctor was a little puzzled that his master called him Holly, since his name was Holland. Buster said that it was unimportant and that it was necessary to examine the boy immediately. The doctor agreed with the master. The doctor began his examination. He was puzzled by the boy's condition, because he immediately understood what was going on. Nitty was feverish and writhing in bed. His condition was far from perfect. Karen and Buster stared at the boy. Cold looked at the boy with a puzzled expression and said that Nitty had an infectious disease that had appeared in the south. He was worried about the young master's condition, as he knew that he could not do much to help him. The doctor looked at the gentleman and lady and said that all his symptoms were the same as the infection, so he was sure that the boy had contracted exactly the same infection that was going around in the south. He was saddened by the fact that he was right. The doctor looked at Karen with a puzzled expression and timidly asked who she was. Since he had not seen her before, Buster did not introduce her. Buster looked at Karen and said that she was his wife. The doctor was surprised because he did not know that his master had wives. He was very surprised because he knew that Buster did not intend to marry. After a moment of surprise, the doctor greeted Karen and said that he was very pleased to meet her. He also introduced himself, saying that he was the doctor of the southern region and he was also the personal physician of the Archduke. Holland said they were currently conducting research to find a way to stop the epidemic. He said it was fortunate that the disease was caught very early, so the boy's prognosis should be good. He still hoped that he could help the boy. Karina was glad to hear such an answer from the doctor. She hoped that with his help, her son would recover faster. Buster looked at Karin and said that she had recently mentioned a book that described similar symptoms. Of course, he was surprised that she had read such books, but he hoped that information of this kind would help the doctor. The doctor was shocked because he did not know that such a book on medicine existed. He decided to find out about the book with doubt and caution. Karen looked at the doctor. She said that she had read about these symptoms before. She also said that she thought it might be helpful if she shared this information. She knew that the book could help in finding a cure for her son. The doctor was puzzled and wanted to quickly find out what kind of book it was and what information it contained. He was surprised that there was such a book where information about the epidemic was recorded. Since he had read all the publications of scientific books, he had not found a single mention of such symptoms. Karen said the book was called Folk Medicine, but she didn't think there was an author listed. She knew there were a few lines written, but there was no mention of the author. The doctor was a little confused as he realized that the book did not represent any scientific information, but he knew that it was necessary to read it. He realized that if there was no author, the book was undoubtedly written by a commoner. He didn't know if there was any point in taking advice from such a low-grade source. He was plagued by doubts. The doctor looked at Karen with a puzzled expression and asked if it was true that the book described similar illnesses. Karen said that it was the book that described similar symptoms and also clearly described a rash that looked like rice grains. The doctor was at a loss. He realized that he urgently needed to read the book, but he was puzzled by the fact that he needed to read such a simple book, and he understood that such a respected doctor as he should not touch such things, but at the same time, he could not ignore the gentleman's request. Karen and Buster looked at each other in confusion, desperate for the doctor to start studying the information and treating the boy. The doctor said that he understood everything and would definitely find the book in order to read it carefully. Buster asked the doctor to hurry because if there was useful information there, it would be very useful to them. The doctor said that he would do everything. Holland saw the book and realized that the symptoms were the same as the disease from the south. He was surprised and amazed that such a book had so much useful information. He realized that the book he was holding in his hands was full of information about diseases he had never even heard of before. It also explained the symptoms and treatment in simple terms. He was very surprised, as it was very convenient for ordinary people. He looked at the book with surprise and studied all the information about diseases. He read a message on one of the pages from the person who wrote the book. The person dedicated the book to the girl who was already in heaven and to everyone who cannot afford doctors to cope with various ailments. Holland was shocked because he knew that he was ashamed of himself as a doctor. Many commoners in their country did not have the means to spend money on a doctor. But still, the young doctor never offered them his help, and after reading the book he felt uneasy, since he did not help ordinary people when they needed the doctor's help. Meanwhile, an unknown commoner had created such a book. Holland knew that his mistake had led him to overlook such a valuable book. He was amazed that a common man could learn so much useful information about diseases previously unknown to the world. Smiling to himself, he thought that the world was truly vast, and there were many diseases in it that were very rare. The doctor did not understand how the girl knew about such a book. He wanted to talk to her and find out more information about such books, if there were any. Cold realized that at this point there was no point in guessing where the Archduchess had gotten such a book. He needed to get to work immediately. Karen was next to her son when Buster suddenly called her. She was surprised and jumped up abruptly. After she heard her husband, she felt sick. Buster was confused and went to his wife. He hugged her because he was very worried about her. He asked if she was okay. Karen, confused, said that she was fine, but just a little dizzy. Buster looked at Karen and said that the doctor and his colleagues had finally developed a cure. Karen was very happy because she hoped that her son would recover soon. Buster looked at his wife and did not understand how she could be so exhausted in just a few days. Buster told his wife that she shouldn't worry so much anymore because soon everything will be fine and the boy will get better. Karen was very happy and hugged her husband with a smile on her face. She hoped that her son would get better soon. Holland brought his master the medicine and said that with its help the epidemic should subside on and. No, Buster was a little surprised and asked if Holland was sure of his words. Holland said with a smile that the medicine helped other patients to recover faster. So the young boy should soon forget about the disease. The doctor also added that no side effects were found. Buster looked at the medicine and told the doctor that he had made the medicine faster than expected. Buster was very happy about this because the boy would get better sooner and forget about all the suffering. The doctor smiled and said that thanks to the Archduchess they were able to achieve a breakthrough and do everything at an accelerated pace. He sincerely thanked the girl for such a book because thanks to such a book they were able to find a cure. Buster was surprised and asked how exactly the Archduchess had helped in creating the medicine. The doctor said that the book she had recommended contained the recipe for the medicine. Buster was puzzled and surprised, as he had not expected this. The doctor said that the book was written by an unknown commoner, and hidden within the book was wisdom and knowledge far beyond his own. Buster was astonished by this news. He didn't expect this. He looked at the doctor and was a little surprised that such words came from the lips of a selfish doctor. The doctor looked at Buster and said that before the will such interesting, because it was not a new disease. The disease was similar to the flu, and it was already known about before. The doctor said he was continuing to study the book along with his research. Buster was a little puzzled and said he was glad to hear that. Buster said that the doctor had worked hard before his release and had managed to create a cure. Holland thanked his master for his kind words. Buster didn't answer, as he was puzzled by the whole situation. Buster came to Karen and asked how she knew about such a book, since such a thing was not something that a noble family would normally keep. Karen looked away into the distance and said nothing. She did not know how to talk about such a thing. Buster said that if she didn't want to say anything, she shouldn't force herself. He knew what she had been through and he genuinely felt sorry for her. He didn't want to pressure her into doing something she didn't want to do. Karen was a little puzzled and said that she simply had no choice. Buster didn't understand what she was talking about. She said that when they lived in the basement, she had to treat her son herself. Buster didn't let her finish because he was confused by her saying they lived in a basement. Karen said that at that time in her life, she simply had no other way to save her son. Karen said that living in a dark basement, they had no other choice. Buster was angry and confused that they had to live in the basement. He couldn't understand how her father could torture her like that. Karen said she was so scared that she cried almost every day, and there was no hope that Niti would get better. She said he was getting worse and worse. Karen said she begged her father to call a doctor, but to no avail. She said that in the end she persuaded the head maid to help her. Karen was on her knees, begging the young girl fervently to help her, as she wanted her son to get better. Karen said that the girl had taken most of her jewelry and had given her that book in return. Buster listened to her story in silence. He was angry that she had to go through this. He knew that he could not forgive the viscount for treating her like this. Karen said that fortunately she had some savings left and was able to buy the herbs she needed. Karen said that if it wasn't for that book she might have lost her son, and that was the only way she could take care of him. Buster was angry and confused. He looked at her and asked if she didn't want revenge after all the torture. Karen was a little puzzled. Of course, she wanted it very much. However, the girl knew that revenge could consume her. She said that she did not think she was ready to do anything for revenge. To lighten the mood, Buster said he would give her something later. Karen was surprised that her husband wanted to give her a gift. Buster said he wanted to give her a small gift that would help her move on. He looked at her and said that she would understand what he was talking about when she saw him. Karen was a little confused, but she wanted to see what kind of gift he was going to give her. Buster stood on the street lost in thought. Karen was sleeping peacefully when she suddenly heard a noise. Nightens ran up to his sleeping mother and threw himself into her arms. She was very happy to see her son. She was glad that he had recovered and could now run around carefree and enjoy life. The young boy said that he was already much better and felt as fresh as a cucumber. He was very happy to see his mother after a long separation. Karen was very pleased that her son was already doing much better and said that she felt much better when he was around. After the joyful embrace, she realized that she was in bed. She was puzzled because she did not understand when she managed to fall asleep in bed. Buster came to them and said that he brought her because he noticed that she was uncomfortable. Buster said they needed to wash up and have breakfast. Buster said Niti could go first. Niti was very happy and said he would go. Niti went to the servant and he took him by the hand, and they walked together so that the boy could tidy himself up. Karen looked at Buster and said that from now on she would be sharing a room with her son. She looked at her husband with bewilderment and said that if they had lived in the same room, she would have been able to understand earlier that he was sick. Karen said that her son was still a child and she couldn't leave him alone. Buster was a little puzzled, but he didn't say anything to her. He knew she was right, but he also wanted her to be with him. Karen said that if they did this, Buster wouldn't have to prepare a room for her. Buster knew his wife was right, but he wasn't happy about it. He didn't understand what was happening to him. He didn't understand why he felt so pathetic and insignificant. Buster looked away and said that she could do whatever she wanted. Karen was very happy and thanked her husband. Buster looked at her with anger. He didn't want to see her like this. Buster said that they were to leave for the capital in a few days. He asked Karen how the preparations for the Emperor's birthday ball were going. Karen said she was working on controlling her anxiety and hoping that everything would go smoothly. She didn't want to let him down. Karen thought for a moment and said that she would like to take lessons from Vincent on how to be an Archduchess. Buster was surprised by his wife's statement. He looked at her and asked again if he understood correctly that she wanted to take lessons on how to be an Archduchess. Karen said that from that moment on, she refused to put up with the way she was living now, and she would work hard to become a model mistress of the estate. Buster was pleasantly surprised by what his wife had said and said that it was a very, very good idea, and he was sure that she would do a great job. Karen said that then she would go and wash herself. Karen started to change, which confused Buster. He asked her in shock why she had suddenly started changing there. Karen was a little puzzled by this question and said that she wanted to wash up before breakfast. Buster looked at his wife, puzzled. He saw the scars on her back. Buster asked her in a shaky voice if her scars hurt. Karen said they didn't hurt anymore, and she was fine. Buster asked if he could ask how she got those scars. Karen said she had simply done something wrong. Buster couldn't understand what she had done wrong or to whom. Karen said in a trembling voice that they couldn't sell her to the Count, and that was why she was at fault. But she also sometimes thought that it was because of that mistake that she was able to meet Buster. Buster stood and looked at her. He didn't say anything back. He was angry at the man who did this to her. Karen looked at him and said with a smile that she was very grateful that he had accepted her and her son. She was very glad that she was able to leave that house and all its inhabitants. Buster looked at her and said with a smile that he had never once thought of her as a burden. Buster said, looking at his wife, that when he found out about her, he thought they would make a good couple. Karina was confused. She didn't understand why he said that. Buster came up to her and hugged her. He said that he was grateful that he had received such a wonderful gift. Karen was confused as she felt a strange feeling. Her heart was beating faster, and she was confused about why. Karen asked shyly if he had ever loved anyone. Buster asked her with a smile if he had understood correctly that she was asking if he had ever loved. Buster knew that he was not sure of the truth of his feelings. Buster thought for a moment and said that he met a girl 3 years ago. He looked at his wife with puzzlement and said that he had never met anyone like her since then. Karen was pleasantly surprised, because she realized that he had not forgotten her. Her heart fluttered just from the thought that all this time he remembered her. She was glad because she thought that he had forgotten her long ago and never remembered their meeting again. Buster looked at his wife and didn't understand her reaction. He was genuinely surprised by her reaction to his words. He had assumed that she would react differently. He looked at her and asked if she was worried about him meeting her again. Karina looked at him in surprise. She knew the whole truth, and she knew that she shouldn't worry about anything. Buster came closer to her, hugged her, and pulled her towards him. She was shocked because he kissed her. Karina looked at her husband with confusion and bewilderment and asked what was wrong with him. He smiled at her and asked what was wrong. She was confused and said that you understand, since they are a couple after all. She said that if this is what he wants, then she will always obey him. Buster was a little puzzled and asked her not to say such a thing again. Buster said there was something wild about her that made him wild. He looked at her and said with a smile that she was saying such words as if it was his fault. He said with a smile that it was still his fault, because his heart was breaking. Karen burst into laughter. Buster looked at her with a smile. He really liked her smile. He looked at her and said that he thought she was beautiful when she smiled. He wanted to see her beautiful smile all the time, even though she was indifferent to him. Buster said that at such moments he felt as if she returned his feelings. He said that his heart fluttered and it confused him. Karen was shocked by such a statement of her husband. Karina looked at him and said that, as she had said before, and was saying now that they were a couple and she was willing to do anything for him. Buster looked at her in shock. She said that if he ever wanted to do that, she would do everything to satisfy his needs, as it was her duty as a wife. After all, they were a married couple. Buster looked at her, dumbfounded. He was angry with his wife. After such words, he distanced himself from her and wanted to leave her as soon as possible so as not to talk about such a topic anymore. Karen was dumbfounded and did not understand what the problem was. She knew that she had not said anything like that. She looked at him and called him. Buster asked her to stop such an awkward conversation. He did not like to hear such things. He wanted to hear other words altogether. He said he would go and wash up, and he quickly left Karen, leaving her alone. They were riding in a carriage, and Karen felt so sick to her core. Buster looked at her exhausted expression and asked how she was feeling. He began to worry about her well-being. He looked at her and realized that she was probably not used to long carriage rides. He knew that she would feel better soon after she had some rest, but it was still hard for him to look at her. Karen looked at him and said that she was fine. She didn't want to worry her husband with her health. Buster looked out the window and said that it seemed like it was her first time traveling so far. He said that there was a manor in the capital so they could rest there. Karen felt very unwell and agreed to rest a little. Buster smiled at her and told her that she didn't have to worry about anything. He looked at her with a smile and said that he promised her that nothing would happen to her. He said with a smile that it didn't matter what happened. She just had to behave in such a way that no one could command her. Buster smiled and said, even if it is the Emperor himself. Nidhi was surprised and happy that his dad could protect his mom, even from the Emperor himself. Nidhi said that Buster seemed to be very strong. Nidhi was very happy and shouted that he wanted to be as strong as Buster. Nidhi shouted that if he could become strong, he would definitely protect his mother and defeat the monster. Karen was puzzled by her son's behavior and asked what kind of monster he wanted to defeat Buster. In turn, sat and smiled. He watched them. He was very happy. Buster looked at him and asked him if he would like to learn how to fight with a sword. Nidhi shouted that he would like that very much. Karen was excited and did not understand why Buster wanted to teach her son how to use a sword, because her son was still very young. Nidhi, in turn, shouted that he wanted to learn how to use a sword. Buster looked at them and said that he could hold a sword at Nidhi's age. Karen was puzzled and said that he was only 3 years old. Nidhi screamed that he really wanted to learn. Buster looked at them and said with a smile that in that case he would teach him on a wooden ball. Buster said that when they returned home, he would find him a good teacher. Buster said that he would personally make sure that the boy did not get hurt. Nidhi was very happy. They rode calmly to their estate after a small discussion. Nidhi fell asleep on his mother's lap. Karen gently stroked her son's head and hugged him. She admired her son. Buster looked at them and said with a smile that she was a very caring mother. Karen said she just wanted to make him happier. Buster told her not to worry that she and her son would be unhappy. He promised her he would do everything he could to make them quietly happy. Karen looked at her husband and thanked him for his warm words towards her. Buster looked at his wife with a smirk. Looking at her, he thought of a cunning plan. A moment later, he sat down next to them. Karen was a little confused after he sat down next to her. Buster looked at her and said that it was necessary to let the boy rest on the other seat, as it seemed to him that they were uncomfortable. Buster gently took the little boy into his arms and told her not to worry, and that everything would be okay. Karen said that everything was fine and she could sit next to him. Buster moved closer to his wife. Karen was a little surprised and didn't understand why he was pressed so close to her, since there was a lot of room on the seat. Buster looked at her and said that she was right and there was plenty of room. She was puzzled and didn't understand why he had sat so close to her then. Buster smiled and said he just wanted to be closer to her. Karen was surprised and didn't understand why he decided to sit next to her. Buster looked her in the eyes and said that it was because he just wanted to take care of her. She was surprised by her husband's words. Buster looked at her and realized that she was very naive. He was surprised that, being so naive, she was even able to get pregnant. His thoughts were confused, and he did not understand what kind of man Karen had spent her first night with. Thoughts about this drove him crazy, no matter how he tried to forget everything, but all thoughts disturbed him. He wanted to find the man and put him in his place. He looked at her and said that the reason why he was so worried about her was very simple, because he just wanted it that way. Karen looked at her husband in surprise. She was confused by his words. They looked at each other for a moment. Buster pulled her closer to him and they locked in a passionate kiss. Buster looked at his wife and felt as if something warm filled his heart. It was the first time he had ever felt like that. Karen looked at her husband and called his name. He in turn said nothing and continued to kiss her furiously and with all his passion. They arrived at the estate and were greeted by servants. Karen was a little puzzled as she saw many strangers. Buster gently took her hand and told her that everything would be fine and that she had nothing to worry about. Karen smiled because she felt very strange, but she was sure that if her husband said so, then everything would be fine. And she really did feel much better. The young lady greeted Karen and said that she was very glad to meet her. The young lady introduced herself by saying that her name was Ten and that she was the butler in charge of the Kyan family's mansion in the capital. Karen was a little surprised to see a female butler smiling. Karen said that she was very glad to meet them. Ten asked them to go into the mansion. They followed Ten. Karen was surprised because the mansion was really big. Ten said the bedroom would be on the second floor. The young lady showed them the bedroom and said that it was the young master's bedroom. Buster put Nitty on the bed and told Karen that he had to go as he had some things to do. He smiled and asked her to have a good rest. Karen was a little surprised and asked if he was tired, since they had been on the road for a long time. Buster smiled and asked if she was worried about him. Karen said that of course she was worried, since they had both been on the road for a long time, and the butler had been watching everything that was happening. She was shocked by her master's behavior. The shocked lady looked at everything that was happening and did not understand whether it was a dream or reality. She was surprised by the behavior of her master. She knew that the owner was a cruel and irritable person, and as soon as something happens, he immediately takes out his sword. She was shocked, because seeing his smile was like getting a star from the sky. Buster smiled and said that he would return immediately after the report, and that they could rest for now. Buster looked at Lady and said he had something to talk to her about and they needed to go outside. Ten saw his smile immediately disappear. Buster asked Ten how the Emperor knew they were coming. Ten said she was sure he had his own sources. Ten said that he had been told that she and his wife would come to him before the meal. She also said that the Emperor had said that he would fulfill any of his wishes. Buster, in turn, said that he still refused the Emperor's offer. Ten said that if he did not come and accept the offer, he would be arrested for treason. Buster calmly said that the Emperor could do whatever he wanted and asked Ten to pass his words on to the Emperor. Buster asked her if there was anything else she wanted to tell him. Ten said that there was nothing else, and that was all the information. Buster said that she could send him a letter. Ten was shocked and did not understand how she could send such a letter. Holding such a position, Buster said that it was quite reassuring to have such a competent butler. Ten thanked him for such words. Ten said there was a report from the detectives. She said they found him. Buster looked at the lady, puzzled. Ten said they needed to talk in the office. Buster looked at the young man and asked him if they had found out anything about Karen's father. The young man asked the gentleman for forgiveness. The young man said that the whole situation happened so long ago that no one remembers what happened then. Buster said it was strange that 2 of the 3 women who quit died. The young man looked into the distance and said that the whole situation was very strange. Buster looked at him and asked if he had checked the last maid. The boy said that there was difficulty with that question. Buster was surprised and did not understand what kind of difficulty could arise with a simple maid. The young man said that the maid died immediately after he contacted her. Buster was confused and shocked. He realized that the situation was very strange. Something was troubling him. The young man said he supposed the viscount had a hand in it. Buster looked at him and told him to find more clues. Buster said the boy should be more careful. The boy said he would certainly be careful. Buster looked at him and asked if he had found the woman he had dated 3 years ago. Buster was desperate to know who the stranger was. The young man understood that if he took another step, there would be no turning back. He remembered his girlfriend, who told him that she really wanted to live like a human, and asked him for help. The young man said that the girl he was dating was the Count's daughter. The boy said it was Yvette Pearson Jan-E. As he spoke the girl's name, he understood that this was the end for him, and that there was no more choice. Buster was surprised, as he did not know that the Count had a daughter. The young man said that the girl was an illegitimate child. Buster was puzzled by this news because he did not expect to hear such information. He realized that the girl was probably not treated very well at home, and that was why she was wandering the streets that day. Buster asked his Ten if there would be a girl at the party. Ten said the girl had never attended such an event before. Buster looked at Ten and said that he had to meet the girl. Ten said that she could set a date for the meeting. Buster was puzzled and knew that after their meeting there would be rumors. He was puzzled and was sure that she most likely needed his help. He knew that he needed to arrange a meeting quickly, and he needed to keep his mouth shut. He looked at the men and asked how they were going with their information, gathering on the viscount. The man said that he had a report ready. Buster was very interested to know what was in it. The man said there was more than enough information in the report to be sure he was a terrible person. The man said he didn't think it would be hard to bury the viscount. Buster smiled and told the man to be ready to do it at any moment. Buster said that while Karen was recovering, it was imperative to catch the viscount. Buster, walking down the corridor, asked Ten, "Did anything strange happen while he was away?" Ten said that everything was fine and nothing happened. Buster asked Ten how often the Emperor bothered her. Ten, a little embarrassed, said that he brought letters every week. Buster asked Ten, "How was the security at the estate?" Ten said there were some minor attacks, but they got through them completely and there are no more problems. Buster looked at Ten and said that it was hard for Karen to be around a lot of people, so he asked her to take care of her and also to take every word she said as his. Ten smiled and said that she understood everything and would do everything Buster told her, to also watch her diet and not forget about desserts and snacks. Ten said she understood everything and would do all his errands. She asked if he wanted to go to the office. Buster said that he would go to the room today. There was a big surprise. As he was leaving, Buster told her not to follow him, and if he needed her, he would find her himself. Ten was surprised, and she really liked his happy expression, and she bowed obediently. Buster realized that all the questions had taken him longer than he thought, and he hurried to his family. Walking into the room, he asked his wife for forgiveness for being late. He entered and saw that his wife and son were sleeping. Buster was very glad that they were resting. He really liked the picture he saw. He looked at his sleeping wife with love and tenderness. Buster walked over and sat on the bed, stroking his wife. He thought they looked quite cute when they were resting. Having undressed, he lay down next to his family and wished them good night. The young lady asked Shuri why he was so nervous. Hesitating, the young man said that he was not. Shuri said that the whole situation was too dangerous. He said that if he was caught, she would be in danger. The young lady looked at him and said that if the man found out everything, then she would be fine, and told Shuri that he thought too much of her. The young man looked at the young girl in fear and said that the Archduke was a very frightening and cruel man. He was very worried because he was afraid that she might suffer because of him. The young lady smiled and said that he seemed to have a lot of things bothering him. She came closer to him, stroking his face, asked him not to worry. She also said that no one would know about anything if they both kept their mouths shut. Shuri knew he had to keep quiet because there was no point in regretting what he had said now. He knew they were in the same boat, and if they had to choose to live or die together, they would live. The young lady said that she would be able to survive, and it was all thanks to him. He looked at her with pity and annoyance and said that he really hoped that her wish would come true. The young lady said that everything would certainly be as they had planned. She looked at him smiling and said that she was sure that he would be able to become an Archduke. She said that after everything, she would certainly expose all the dirty deeds in her family. The young man was a little puzzled, since there was already one Archduchess. The girl looked at the young man angrily. She was furious and screamed, "Does he really want her to become the Archduke's mistress?" She was screaming at him in rage and was confused because he had said earlier that he wanted her to be happy. The young man was shocked by the girl's reaction and said that, of course, he wanted her to be happy. He looked at her and said that he sincerely wanted her to be happy and live the life she had always dreamed of. He knew that he wanted that more than anyone else. The young lady looked at him and said with a smile that she was 100 times better than the Archduchess, since that woman had an illegitimate child from another man. The young man looked at her and said that everything was as she said. Looking at him, she asked him to tell her more about the Archduke. She came closer to him and, looking into his eyes, asked him to tell her about the man's character, tastes, habits. Shuri hesitated and said that he would tell her everything he knew, that he had to tell her everything, but it was hard for him. The young lady hugged the young man tightly and thanked him for everything. Shuri blushed and became embarrassed. He said that there was nothing to thank him for. Yvette asked Shuri to be careful and not to get hurt like last time, and the young man also told her to take care of herself. He looked at her and said that she could contact him if she needed anything. The young lady thanked him with a smile on her face. They said goodbye, and the young lady waved her hand at him. The young man was puzzled. He did not understand why such a lovely lady chose such a dangerous path. He wished her a happier and calmer life than she had now. But he knew that he could do anything for her. He knew that for the girl's sake, he was even ready to go to hell after everything that had happened. Shuri knew that he would first have to kill the woman the master had met 3 years ago. He knew he had to find her before anyone else and kill her. Shuri understood everything perfectly, but it was very hard for him. Karen looked at her husband and asked very quietly what she was worried about. Buster, in turn, looked at her, enchanted by her beauty. He looked at her again and said with a smile that she was worrying too much. He asked her not to worry about anything. Buster took his wife's hand, and Karen was very surprised, as she did not expect him to do something like that. He looked at her and asked with a smile if it calmed her down that he took her hand. Embarrassed, Karen thanked him for his concern. Buster said there was nothing to thank him for, since they were family. Having calmed down a little, Karen decided to pull herself together. The Duchess put on a mask of calm so that everyone could see how strong she was. Many people came to greet the Emperor on his birthday. Karen walked past the large crowd and told herself that she was not afraid at all. She knew that she was only afraid because of her father's power and cruelty, but now nothing could harm her. Buster looked at his wife and motioned for her to go. Karen agreed and smiled at her husband. She was very glad that he was there and that he supported her. Karen took her husband's arm and hurried to go with him so that they could greet the Emperor. Karen looked at us already and asked if everything was okay with Niti. Buster walked over and hugged his wife. He asked her if she could just focus on him today. Karen was shocked by his words. His words confused her, and for a moment she hesitated. She didn't understand why he was suddenly telling her such a thing. Buster smiled and told her not to be nervous. She smiled and thanked him for his support. She truly appreciated what he did for her. Buster stared at his wife. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Looking at his wife, he saw her father in the crowd. He was furious that he had taken that man away. The Viscount, seeing Buster, bowed to him. Buster looked at him with contempt, for he knew he was a monster and an animal. He wanted furiously to wring his neck. He wanted to deal with him quickly. Buster came closer to his wife and said that her father was looking for her. She was shocked by such words. Karen, in turn, knew that they could meet, but she really did not want it. Having calmed down a bit, she said that everything was fine and it was nothing to worry about that he was looking for her, but it was hard for her to see her. She said that as long as her son was safe, she had nothing to fear. Karen was only worried about her son and that no one would harm him. Buster looked at his wife closely. He liked her attitude. He knew she could beat everyone. Karen looked into the distance, lost in thought. She stood and gracefully drank champagne. Buster was surprised when he noticed a young lady in the crowd. The confused girl looked at him. Buster stared at her and didn't understand who she was. He didn't understand why she was staring at him so intently. Buster couldn't believe it all. He thought it was probably that girl, but he found it hard to believe. The young lady, embarrassed, decided to leave, but in doing so, she further piqued Buster's interest in her. Buster realized it was Yvette Pearson. He was puzzled by his discovery, as he had not expected to see her at the reception. Buster looked at his wife and called her. Buster looked at his wife with annoyance and asked if she remembered the story he had told her earlier, namely that he had met a woman 3 years ago. Karen was puzzled, as she did not understand what he wanted to tell her. She was scared and didn't understand why he was suddenly talking about it now. She said she remembered the story. Buster looked at her and said that he actually knew who that girl was. Karen was shocked and turned pale in front of her husband. Buster didn't hesitate to say that it was Yvette Pearson. He also said that it looked like the girl was at the party today, but he felt awkward that she could be at the party. Karen was shocked by this news. She didn't understand how he knew this and also didn't understand what she should do. Buster said he wanted to take a look at her. Karen stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. Buster was a little taken aback and said he was very sorry, and he thought she didn't want to hear it from him as it was probably unpleasant for her. Carrie was shocked by the whole situation and did not understand what was happening and how this could be. Buster said that the girl was the illegitimate daughter of Earl Pearson. Surprised by everything that was happening, Karen asked if it was really Yvette Pearson. Buster was as puzzled as she was. He said it was true because the detective had found out everything Buster said he had ordered her to be found in case something happened. Buster said he needed to talk to her for a moment. Karen looked at him puzzled and asked if the girl was present. Buster said she was behind Karen. Karen didn't answer and just turned around to look at the girl. Turning around, she saw the face of a puzzled young lady. She couldn't believe what was happening. Karen looked at her intently and did not understand who this girl was and why she was pretending to be someone else. The young lady looked at Karen with disdain. Buster looked at his wife and said that he would definitely return to her soon. Karina said that everything was fine and he could go talk to her. Karen looked after him and did not understand why the girl was pretending to be Karen. Buster approached the young lady. The girl was a little surprised by his arrival. Karen looked at them and did not understand why the young lady did this. She watched how they communicated Buster, and the young girl decided to leave the room. Karina was confused as her heart suddenly began to hurt. She looked at her departing husband with bewilderment and longing and felt very bad. After thinking for a while, she drank some champagne. Karen thought maybe she should go to the doctor. She saw that everyone began to bow. Karen noticed that the emperor had come down to them. Karen bowed. She had never seen the emperor before, as he had only been on the throne for 3 years. The emperor looked intently at his subjects and asked them to raise their heads. Karen stared at the emperor and was shocked and also embarrassed by how handsome he was. She thought to herself that he was like a treasure. The emperor looked at Karen. He was surprised at such unearthly beauty as the woman had. Seeing her, he beamed and began to smile. The emperor looked at all his subjects and thanked them for having made the difficult journey to come to him. He said that he hoped that they would enjoy the comforts here. Karen was surprised and looked at him intently, as his aura was completely different from the previous ruler. Karen stood stunned and stared at the emperor, when suddenly someone called her. The Archduchess's father approached her. She was puzzled by his arrival, as she did not want to deal with him. He came closer to her and began to say furiously that she must think she was worth something since she married an Archduke. He was angry and only asked her if she thought it made any difference. Karen looked at her father and said that he guessed correctly. She pushed him away angrily, taking his hand and telling him that now he couldn't hurt her son. She told her father that he was right and now she thought she was worth something. Buster passed by and heard her voice. He was surprised. Karen looked at her father with contempt and anger and said that she thought she could do anything. Buster was puzzled and embarrassed, as he really liked her words. He learned that she was tortured and living in filth. He knew that her wound was much larger and deeper than he could have imagined. Buster was desperate to help her. He wanted her to be able to rise on her own. He wanted her to spread her wings and fly. Karen looked at her father with disdain and asked him to leave her. She said that no one knew what she could do to him. Buster looked at her and was very happy, because he always wanted to see with his own eyes such a beautiful image of his wife. The Viscount looked at his daughter with contempt and anger and said that she was wretched. Buster decided not to watch them any longer, but to come up and investigate. He came closer and greeted the Viscount and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The Viscount shook and said that the Archduke was right, since they really had not seen each other for a long time. Buster looked at him with contempt. He knew that the Viscount was a pitiful man, since he groveled before the strong, but took it out on the weak. Buster called his wife. She looked at him and called him by name. The Viscount was shocked. He asked his daughter with fury and bewilderment how she dared to address the Archduke by name. Buster looked at the Viscount and asked him with a smile what was wrong with his wife addressing him by name. The Viscount looked at his daughter and asked her how she dared to go beyond what was permitted. Buster angrily said that since he was her husband, it was up to him to decide whether she should go beyond what was permitted or not. Buster looked at the Viscount and said that the wedding had been rushed, and they had not been able to visit him since. Buster looked at the Viscount and said with a grin that next time he would prepare a room for him. The Viscount bowed before the man and said that he was honored to be near them. Buster hugged his wife and told the Viscount to go and mind his own business. The Viscount in turn agreed with the Archduke and wished them a good evening. Karen looked at her husband in surprise and said that he had appeared before them unexpectedly. She did not understand what he meant. Buster looked at his wife and said he thought it would be a good idea to bring the Viscount down to earth. The man moved closer to her and asked if she didn't like the way he addressed the Viscount. Karen looked him in the eye and said that everything was fine. She was glad that her husband had protected her. Buster said that just a minute ago she had been quite beautiful, just when she had been able to answer the Viscount. Karen was puzzled and asked if he had videoed everything, as she was very ashamed of her behavior. Buster said he saw everything and the spectacle was so beautiful. He said he couldn't take his eyes off her. Karen looked at him and said that she was no longer afraid because now she could show herself when she knew that he couldn't do anything about it. Buster couldn't stop admiring his wife. He said everything was just great. Karen looked away from her husband and said that in her life, she once believed that he was her father and completely relied on him, but later, she found out that he killed her mother. The Archduke was shocked by what he heard. He could not believe what his wife said. He did not understand how anyone could kill their own wife. Karen said that later she would definitely tell him everything in more detail. Karen looked at the young lady with a puzzled expression and asked her husband how the conversation with the young girl had gone. Buster said that he didn't think she had anything to hide, but he thought she needed help. Karen looked at her husband with a puzzled expression and asked him if he was sure that this was the same woman she wanted to quickly expose the young lady. Buster told his wife that the girl had told him exactly where and when their meeting had taken place. Karen was puzzled and did not understand what was going on. She was troubled by one thought. She did not understand who could lie to him. Karen asked, puzzled, if it was possible that the detective had betrayed him. Buster looked at her and said that this simply couldn't be happening. Karen said she understood everything, but she still had doubts about those he trusted. She knew that for her husband's sake, she needed to find out everything as soon as possible. Karen thought for a moment about how others' husbands had called her. Buster looked at her and said that it was their turn. Karen was confused and did not understand what he was talking about. Buster said with a displeased face that they needed to greet the culprit of today's event. Buster said that he was very annoyed by this whole situation, but he had to learn a gift for the Emperor. All the high-ranking guests approached the Emperor in turn to greet him on the occasion. The tired Emperor looked intently at the young people. Karen quietly asked her husband why he was last in line, since usually high-ranking officials go first. He looked at his wife and said that he was an exception. The Emperor looked at the young man and asked him with a smirk why he didn't watch his face. He said that no matter how much he irritated him, he should always watch his emotions. Buster said it was all getting tiresome. The Emperor looked at them and said with a smile that he simply had no words, and he also added that they had not seen each other for a long time. The Archduke told the Emperor not to address him as a commoner. The Emperor looked at him and asked for forgiveness. Karen was watching all this. She was in shock and did not understand what was happening. The Emperor decided to come closer to them to get acquainted with the young lady and the beautiful wife of his friend. The Emperor approached the Archduchess and said that he felt like this was their first meeting. Karen was perplexed and stared at the Emperor with big eyes. The Emperor looked intently at the guests, and especially at Karen, and said that it seemed to him that this was the first time they had spoken like this. The Emperor looked at the young lady and asked if her husband treated her well. He was interested in one question. How did she have to live with his bad new... Karen was puzzled by such questions. She was surprised because she heard that her husband had a bad character. She knew that this was not true at all. Karen looked at her husband and said with a smile that she was living very well because her husband was very nice. The Emperor was shocked and thought that he had probably just misheard. Karen looked at her husband with a smile and said that he was very nice and kind to her. Buster was very happy with these words addressed to him. He stood and admired his beautiful wife. Karen said that if it weren't for her husband, she would never have mustered the courage to come to the party. Karen, admiring her husband, said that she was very proud of him. The Emperor said with a smile that he thought they got along well together. He said he thought their love was truly deep. Karen smiled and said that it was all true. The Emperor looked at the young people with bewilderment. He stared at them and didn't understand if it was all true or just a pretense. He knew that there was something he didn't know. He found the whole situation funny and interesting because he knew there were a lot of bad rumors about the Viscount. He knew it would be very funny to watch what Buster would do. Buster looked at the Emperor and said that since they had already greeted him, they would go. The Emperor said with a grin that Buster was talking nonsense. The Emperor said he would give them a chance to enjoy the event. Buster said not today. The Emperor said that they could not leave the festival without his permission. Karen was shocked and did not understand what was happening. Buster, with fury in his eyes, asked the Emperor what he meant by such words. The Emperor smiled and said that they had much to discuss in private. He also added that it was time for them to sort everything out. The Emperor said he had some things to sort out and he would need him. The Emperor looked at Buster and asked him if he was doing a good job of cleaning up. Karen understood that the emperor wanted to deal with the current power. She understood that a new emperor had ascended to the throne, so everything was legal. The emperor looked at the young lady and asked Karen if it was okay if she had to stay for a few months. Karen replied that it was okay, as she understood that work and helping the emperor came first. The emperor looked at her and said that her husband had good reasons for this. The emperor looked at her intently and smiled. The emperor said that his sister did not have many friends and asked her if he should introduce her to his sister. Karen hesitated a little as she realized that she could become the empress's friend. Karen asked the emperor for forgiveness. The emperor was perplexed. He never expected such a reaction. Karen said she didn't have much experience making friends, so she didn't think she would be suited for it. The emperor was stunned, and this answer was unexpected for him. He could not believe that she had refused the chance to become friends with his sister. Karen said that she would leave them alone so that they could talk normally. The emperor agreed with her. He was fascinated by the woman as she was very graceful. The emperor looked at her, following her with his gaze. Buster watched his wife leave and told the emperor that he could not handle her. The emperor was shocked. The emperor looked at him and asked what he thought of Yvonne. Buster grinned and said that she was an untamed wild horse. The emperor smiled and said that it was hard to argue with that. The emperor asked the servant to come to them. The servant brought a glass of wine. Buster told the emperor to drink less, as they had a lot to do. The emperor said that he could not worry about it. The emperor looked at Buster and asked him to lend him his butler 10 for a month. Buster looked at the emperor with a serious expression and said that he could not fulfill his order in any way, since the girl had to accompany his wife. The emperor asked to replace her. Buster declined his offer. The emperor was furious and asked him to send a butler for at least a week, but Buster would not give in to his persuasion. The emperor was furious and did not understand what Buster needed. Buster said that he did not need anything. Buster looked into the distance and told the emperor that he would do well to give up his empty hopes. The emperor was shocked and asked Buster how he could do this to his friend. Buster said that was exactly why he was saying such words. The emperor looked at Buster with confusion and asked if there was anything he could do to help him. Buster asked the emperor if it was clear from her behavior that she didn't want to. The emperor sighed heavily and said with a grin that his newly made groom was saying such words to him. He couldn't just give up. Buster said that he didn't want to get involved in his love affairs at all, so he asked the emperor to do what he wanted. The emperor smirked and said that he had no heart at all, adding that not everyone was like him. Buster was puzzled and asked what exactly the emperor meant. The emperor looked closely at Karen and said that the girl was very beautiful and smart. The emperor asked since when he loved her. Buster didn't understand what he was talking about. The emperor looked at his friend with a grin and asked when he fell in love with her. Buster looked at the emperor in bewilderment and said nothing. A moment later, he said it wasn't love, just concern. The emperor said that he was in no position to worry about others when he could not even solve his own problems. Buster said that of course he was sure that he wanted to get closer to her. The emperor was a little surprised. The emperor asked Buster to bring his son, as he was desperate to see him. Buster was embarrassed and puzzled by this request, as he knew his wife would be against it. Karen heard some noise. To Karen, Karen was confused and asked what was going on. Ten came up and quietly whispered to her what the problem was. Karen was stunned by the news that Ten told her. The young boy angrily shouted at Nitty that he was bad because he didn't even have a dad. Nitty tearfully shouted at the boy and said that it was not true. The boy shouted at Nitty that he was not the real son of the Archduke. Nitty, in turn, shouted that this was not so and grabbed the boy by the hair. Nitty threw the boy on the floor and started to beat him. He shouted that he was lying. The boy shouted that he was not lying, and it was all true. Karen walked into the room and saw her son. She was shocked by what was happening. Karen was surprised because the boy was pleased and fought well. She approached the boys and asked her son to stop fighting. Knighton saw his mother. He was happy to see her. He rushed towards her and hugged her tightly. Karen hugged her son, and he in turn cried furiously. She hugged him tenderly and asked him to stop crying as her heart was breaking. Karen said that he was wrong and asked him to apologize to the boy. The boy was a little surprised. Karen looked at the boy and asked if he was hurt. The boy hesitated and said that he was fine because he started it. The little boy looked at the floor, with his eyes downcast, and said that it was all because he had offended them, and he had done nothing to him. Karen was surprised and realized that the boy was so mature in his will. Karen heard someone talking to her. The little boy heard his father's voice and began to tremble. Buster and the boy's father approached them. Nitti looked at the Archduke with eyes full of tears. He ran up to Buster so he could hug him. Karen was in shock from everything that was happening. Nittens, in turn, was crying uncontrollably. Buster picked up his son and hugged him tightly. The red-haired man was shocked that his son, Corian, was constantly fighting to no avail. The man approached Karen and asked for forgiveness for his son. The little boy was scared. Karen glared at them. She looked at them and asked if he thought that before adults scolded children, they should watch their words and actions, because eventually the children would start repeating all the words. She remembered how the little boy shouted at her son that he didn't even have a dad. Karen said that it was awkward to watch a child being scolded for merely repeating the words of adults. The man hesitated and stood for a moment looking at her and realizing the whole situation. The man, looking down, said that she was right. He realized that he had made a mistake on his part. Nitti approached the boy and asked for forgiveness for hitting him. Nittens said that his mother is the best in the world, and that's why he didn't like the way he spoke and ran around his beloved mother. Nittens wanted to protect his mother, like she once protected him. The boy looked at Nitti with embarrassment and said that he was right and he was guilty. The little gentlemen shook hands and asked each other for forgiveness. Karen looked at her son intently and did not understand when he had already managed to grow so much. She was proud that she managed to raise such a kind and strong boy. She knew that although he had experienced a lot, he was still very strong. The parents looked intently at their sons when suddenly they heard the Emperor's voice. The Emperor approached them. He observed the whole situation and found it rather funny. Buster looked at the Emperor and angrily asked what he was doing here. The Emperor, with a grin and an innocent smile, said that he was, of course, worried about the Archduke's son. The Emperor came closer to the boy and asked his name. He wanted to meet such a brave little boy. Nittens came closer to his mother, holding onto her dress, and said that his name was Nittens. He was scared because he was afraid of the Emperor. The Emperor smiled and said that it was a very beautiful and good name. The Emperor said that the boys must have been very surprised, but he also said that it would be better for them to go back. The Emperor looked at Ten intently. The girl became embarrassed and looked away. She did not want to meet his gaze, since their relationship wanted to be better. Buster walked up to his wife and said that they had to go. Karen looked at Ten and asked if she could know more about the duties of a hostess. Ten looked at the Archduchess and handed her a book. She said it contained budget proposals. Karen was surprised Ten showed her the main books and said that one of them listed the amount that was allocated for the mistress, another budget for the kitchen and food expenses, and she added that the Duchess could use all of this in the mansion and outside it. Karen was surprised and asked Ten if they had so much money to hold the festivities. Ten said that the Archduke did not like the public opinion on this, he did not hold them much, and in the end, a large sum was collected. Ten looked at Karen and asked if she thought it wasn't enough. Karen looked closely at the document and said that there was more than enough money. Karen looked at all the books and said that she had never seen such books before. She looked closely at the document and asked, "Ten is right. Does she think that it is written there, the date when the money was received, the things purchased by the partners of the transaction, and how much money is left?" Ten looked at the girl in surprise and said that everything was exactly like that. She asked her how she knew that Corinne said that she assumed it was because of the size of the sums. Ten said that everything was correct. She was surprised, because the girl simply figured out the records by looking at the numbers. Ten liked the fact that the girl easily figured everything out. She knew that you can rely on such a person. Karen looked closely at the documents and said that no matter what the deal, they would need a receipt. Ten looked at the Archduchess and said that they had a separate book for storing checks. Karen was surprised because there were a lot of books and everything was so neat and organized. Ten looked at Karen and said that in the future, this room would become her office. Karen was very happy because she couldn't believe that such a beautiful place could be her personal office. She was very happy because she had something to do. She was sincerely grateful to her husband for giving her such an opportunity. Karen felt very pleased and happy in her soul. Since her husband gave her freedom and opportunity, she knew that now it was her turn to repay him for his kindness. Karen looked at the girl and called her. The young lady came closer to her and said that she was listening to her attentively. Karen understood that in order to repay her husband for his kindness, she had to reveal the whole truth to him herself. Karen looked at the girl intently and asked if there was a place where she could find information secretly. Ten asked her what information exactly she needed. Karen looked at the girl and said that it was personal, and she hoped that Ten could keep it a secret from Buster too. Ten understood that this was very dangerous. She asked if this was something that should remain a secret from the Archduke. Then it could be a little dangerous information. Karen said it wasn't something that would hurt Buster or anyone in the house. When the time came, she would tell him herself so she wouldn't have to worry about anything. She wanted to tell him herself, but only when the time came. The girl said that there was a place called the Data Guild, but as she knew, in order to get any information from them, she had to come to them in person. Karen asked where this place was. Karen thought about it and didn't understand why the young girl needed to lie about meeting Buster. She did not understand what the young lady wanted to achieve. Karen arranged a tea party. The girls were very happy because Karen looked at all the women and could not believe that she would give in to such people. One of the girls said that she was very happy because on the 5th day there were more of them. Karen knew that she could not always rely on her husband. She understood that she had to maintain her place in high society on her own, at least for the sake of her son. One of the ladies looked at the Duchess and asked if she had heard the news about Yvette Pearson. Another lady asked if it was true that she was an illegitimate child. They began to discuss the young lady furiously and said that the Count had an affair with one of the waitresses in the restaurant. They discussed all the latest rumors about the Count and his adventures. Karen looked at them and realized that there were different rumors about her too, and she was sure that they were also saying some nasty things about her. One of the ladies looked at Karen and asked if she knew anything, as people had seen the Archduke talking to Yvette Pearson. Karen hesitated and said she wasn't sure. She knew it was better to act naturally. Karen said that she only knew those rumors and nothing more. She understood that she should be calm in such a difficult situation. The young ladies said that the girl behaved very ugly and knew no shame at all. Some said that she even lived in a dirty barn. Karen listened to all these rumors and caught a glimpse of the girl. Karen stared at the young lady. Karen was a little taken aback. As she looked at her with a piercing, angry gaze, Karen felt uneasy under the young lady's gaze. Yvette looked at her and mocked her with her braces. The girls saw that he was also looking intently at the Duchess. They were shocked because she really did not know her place. Karen was a little taken aback and didn't answer. She was truly puzzled by the young girl. Karen wanted to deal with her quickly in order to dispel all the lies. Suddenly, Buster came up to them holding her son in his arms. Nitty screamed that he wanted to be held by his mother. Buster looked at Karen and said tenderly that Nitty shouldn't be held by his mother because she would get tired quickly. Karen smiled and said that everything was fine and she could support him. Buster said that she was definitely weak, so it was impossible to hold the little boy. Everyone was shocked and looked at the young people with bewilderment, as they could not believe that the Archduke, according to rumors, was vile. They whispered and couldn't believe that Karen called her husband by name. They said that the young people's eyes were full of love. Buster looked at the young ladies and said that he thought his wife was a little tired. He asked them if they would mind if he took her away for a while. The young ladies said that they did not mind, as the celebrations were going on all the time. Buster looked at his wife tenderly and said that his wife had just returned to high society after a long time, so he would be very grateful if they would like to be friends with her. The girls were a little embarrassed and said with a smile that they would definitely become friends with her. The young ladies were puzzled and did not understand whether it was true that the Archduke could continue to behave like this even if the boy was not his biological son. They said that judging by the expression on the boy's face, he was truly happy. They looked at the young boy and noticed that he had very beautiful eyes, similar to the Archduke's. One of the ladies said that there were rumors that the young people had been meeting secretly, even before the wedding, and that it could be the Archduke's son. They looked closely at the young people and understood that such harmony is difficult to achieve if there is no true love. Buster looked at Ten and was shocked that his wife went to the Data Guild. He did not understand why the girl did not immediately report the information to him. Ten said that the Archduke was so busy with work that the lady forbade her to tell him. Buster looked at the young lady and asked if she was sure she had sent a man to follow her. 10 said that she always made sure that someone was watching over the lady. Buster was furious and didn't understand if his wife was crazy because he knew she shouldn't go there alone. He didn't understand what was going on and why she decided to do that. He was scared and worried about his wife's life because he thought her father might be there. 10 looked at him and said that he wouldn't be there today. Buster looked at the girl and asked, "What about teachers for his son?" She looked at him intently and said that she had been looking, but she thought that school would suit the young master better. Buster asked the girl to prepare all the documents, as he had to show them to Karen. 10 said that she would do everything. Tien looked at the departing gentleman with a puzzled expression and said that it seemed to her that he had nothing planned outside the walls of the mansion. She asked if he had any plans. Buster said he just wanted to take a short walk. But what he really wanted was to see his wife quickly, to find out why she was going to such a dangerous place alone. 10 looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if he wanted to take a walk in the middle of work. Buster looked at 10 and asked which branch of the Data Guild his wife went to. 10 said that she went to the branch that was in the center of the capital. Buster, as he left, said that he would return in the evening. Buster looked over his shoulder at the young lady and asked if Karen had told her what exactly she was looking for. 10 was confused and said that she hadn't told her anything, but had only said that she would tell him everything later. 10 looked at Buster and asked if she needed to find out any information. Buster said that it was not worth it, and he would find out everything himself. Buster thought for a moment and said that he would just wait until she told him everything herself. He knew that she was not a good liar, so he would soon find out the truth. 10 looked at the departing Archduke and asked him to be careful. Buster, as he was leaving, remembered that he had forgotten to tell 10 some very important information. He looked at the girl and said that in about 3 days, when the celebrations were over, he would need to go online to the Emperor's palace. 10 was confused and didn't understand why he wanted to do this. Buster said that they were planning to do some downsizing, and it seemed like they were short-staffed. 10 looked at the Archduke and asked him if the Emperor was asking for his help. Buster said yes. He said that, however, he could refuse if he didn't like it. He looked at her and said that, in the end, they both knew it was just an excuse. She looked away from the Archduke and said nothing. She felt uneasy. The young man looked at Karen and said that it turned out that she had very beautiful hair. He called her by name. She was confused, since she did not tell him her name. The young man said that he had never had gray hair, so he wanted to cut her hair and put it on display. Karen was a little surprised and asked if he was joking. The young man looked at her and said that his name was Vasily. He said that he was very pleased to meet her, and also asked what business she had come to the guild for. She looked at him and realized that she was very tired of such people. She knew that the devilish obsession to destroy someone was eating her up from the inside. Karen looked at him and the task she said that she needed his help. The young man looked at her and understood that the rumors were true, as he heard that in the past her father often abused her. He knew that it would be a good idea if she wanted them to kill him. He understood that if that happened, the Archduke's main secret would be in his hands. Karen looked at him and said that she wanted him to check on someone. He looked at her and asked if she wanted someone to be checked. Wouldn't it be better to ask for help from the soldiers of the Archduke's family? Karen looked at him and said that the thing is that she didn't want her husband to find out. The young man looked at her and became more and more interested. He understood that she had come unaccompanied for such a request. The young man asked who she wanted to find out about, since the cost would also increase depending on the target's status. Karen said that she wanted to find out about a girl named Yvette Pearson. He looked at her and asked if she wanted to know about the illegitimate daughter of the Count's family. Vasily said that they had quite a lot of information about her, as they had recently been collecting everything he asked, with a smirk on his face, what exactly she was interested in. He asked her with a smile if she wanted any information that would lead to the girl's downfall, or if she was interested in something that could help her take over the Pearson family. Karina looked at him puzzled. She didn't need that kind of information. The young man asked if she wanted to dig deeper and find out how the girl seduces the Archduke. Karen looked at him and said that everything was not so. The young man was puzzled and asked if she did not suspect the girl of having an affair with her husband, Karen. Puzzled, said that everything was completely different from what he thought. Karen said that even if that were true, Buster was free to date whoever he wanted. The young man was a little puzzled by these words, as he knew that they were husband and wife. Karen looked at him and said that she just wanted to know how the girl had been living and about those she had seen often in the last 3 days. The young man looked at her and said that the amount of information would increase, so the fee would be much higher. Karina asked what the final price would be. The young man said that the price for the girl would be 30 million and 10 million for each new person. Karen said that she understood everything and agreed to his conditions. He looked at her and asked if that was all or if she wanted something else. Karen looked at him puzzled and asked what he meant. Vasily said that they are certainly a data guild, but they are also approached with other requests, such as revealing the enemy's weaknesses to the world and removing them from society. They could get rid of them forever and make everything look like an accident. He looked at her and said with a smirk that there must be someone she wanted to get rid of. Karen was excited and said that it turned out that he had already secretly found out about her. He looked at her and said that this kind of information should always be with the guild, and they usually don't do such things, but they can do anything if Karen asks for it. He placed his hand tenderly on hers. She was a little puzzled. She wanted to say something, but suddenly she heard. Karen sat next to the man, puzzled, not understanding what was happening as there was shouting and noise outside the door. Buster flew into their room. Karen looked at her husband in shock. Buster was angry that his wife was sitting next to a man in such a place. He saw that he was holding her hand. He looked at them with anger and fury and ordered the man to remove his hand. He came closer to his wife and hugged her. He also said that they were leaving. Karina looked at her husband and asked how he knew where she was. The young man looked at Karen and said that he had already told her that the Archduke had sources that were not easy to obtain. The young man looked at Karen with a smile and said that next time he would make a cake for her. Buster looked at him with confusion, and they quickly left the guild. The young man only laughed after them. Angry and angry, Buster, holding his wife's hand, rushed down the street. Karen asked him to wait a little. She looked at him and asked him why he was angry. She asked him to tell her what exactly was the reason for his anger. He looked at her and said nothing. He hugged her and asked why she was holding hands with the boy. Karen looked at her husband in shock and said that she didn't know. Karen said that he probably wanted to check if she was lying. Buster was puzzled. She said that she once read about it. They said that you can check whether a person is lying by their pulse or not. Buster was seriously excited, but said nothing in response. Karen came closer to Buster and asked him for forgiveness. She said that he was probably angry with her because she left without telling him that she was leaving. She apologized and said that next time she would tell him before she left. She said that she didn't want to bother him and that's why she didn't warn him. He looked at her and didn't understand why she always apologized. He said that he should apologize to her himself. He understood that it was his own fault. Karen was confused. He said he was furious when he saw her holding hands with such a dangerous man. She looked at him and asked him with a smile if he was worried about her. She said that he shouldn't worry about such things as she was careful enough. He looked at her and sheepishly said that he was worried about her. He looked at her and asked how she would act and how she would feel if she saw him holding hands with another woman. She was puzzled by his words and said that she was not sure. He looked at her intently. Buster said that he personally didn't like the situation because he would like her to hold only his hand. He took her hand with all tenderness and warmth and looked at her intently. Karina was shocked by her husband's words. Buster looked at his stunned wife. A little taken aback, Karen said that she still needed to hold her son's hand. Buster said that if it was Knighton's, she could hold him. They looked at each other, smiling. Karen burst out laughing, amused by the whole situation. She looked at him and said that from now on, apart from her son, she would only hold his hand. Buster liked his wife's answer and accepted it with ease. He looked at her and said that now he wanted her to tell him if she wanted to go out somewhere and asked her not to think about worrying. Yvette called the young man. He was sure that he didn't feel like anyone was following him. Shuri looked at the girl and asked if everything had been okay with her lately. The girl said that everything was okay. The young lady asked the young man to look at her as she looked different. She said that her father was extremely concerned, even provided her with housing and new things. She also added that he assigned her a servant. The young man said that it sounded very good. She looked at him and said with a smile that it was thanks to him. She looked at him and said that although they don't know who actually slept with the Archduke, the young man didn't have time to finish speaking, covering the young lady's mouth with his palm. The young man looked at the girl warily and said that she should always be careful, even if it was just the two of them. Yvette said that she was very scared because she was afraid that the woman might come back. He looked at her and told her not to worry, as he would do everything to prevent this from happening. The girl quickly threw herself into the young man's arms. She said that he was truly the only person she could rely on. She hugged him and asked if he wanted to be her personal guard when she became Archduchess. Embarrassed, the young man said that he was ready for anything. The girl said that she wanted such a day to come sooner. She was in his arms, but he said nothing in response to her words. Buster looked at his wife and said that Ten had told him that Nitty was socially integrated, so school would be better for him than private tutors. Karen said that she didn't know it was possible to go to school at that age. She was a little excited. Buster looked at her and said that, judging by her expression, something was wrong. He asked if I was doing something in the thread. Karen said that, to be honest, she was very surprised. Nitty looked at his mother and said that he wanted to sleep alone. Karen looked at the boy and asked why he didn't want to sleep with his mother. Nitty said that he was a big boy already. Karen looked at him with her task but asked where his mother would sleep then. Nitty hugged his Mishka and said that his mother can sleep with his uncle. He told her to go to her uncle quickly because he wanted to sleep. Karen was shocked by her son's words. Karen looked at the book, puzzled, and said that this was the first time her son had behaved like this, and she didn't understand what she had done wrong. Buster looked at her and said that was out of the question. He knew it wasn't her fault at all, since he had planned it all. Buster asked Knightons if he wanted a sister. Knighton said he liked sisters very much, so he really wanted a sister. Buster looked at the boy and asked if he wanted Buster to tell him how to get one. Knightons was happy and excited and said he really wanted to hear it. Buster looked at him and smiled and told him to let him and Mommy sleep together twice a week. Nitty was puzzled. He asked with a smile if he let them sleep twice a week, then he would definitely have a little sister. Buster said with a smile that he definitely would. Karen smiled and said that he just didn't need to go now. He needed a little time to be alone. Karina was puzzled and asked why he didn't need her anymore. Buster hugged his wife and told her not to be sad. Because not going was just growing, Karen was puzzled and said that the thought of him not needing her upset her. Basta smiled at his wife and said that she always has a husband. Karen was surprised by her husband's words. Basta moved closer to her and said that the boy was starting his own life, that he was starting his own path, and he also added that he had chosen her, so he would always be by her side. Buster looked at her and said that if sadness ever overcame her, she could easily tell him and rely on him. Karen was very happy with her husband's warm words and thanked him. The young people wished each other good night and fell asleep peacefully. A young girl came to the Archduchess. She said that she was very pleased to meet her. Karen was confused and shocked. She did not understand what was happening and why the girl was in the estate. Karen did not understand how the girl could come to the duchy residence without permission. Karen looked at her and asked what business she had come for. The girl said that she had come to meet the Archduke and asked whether he was here or not. Karen understood that the girl was behaving very disrespectfully and impolitely. Karen said that she had not heard that she should come to them. The young lady smiled and said that the Archduke had said that she could come to them at any time if any urgent matter arose. The girl became embarrassed and said that she had come only because of urgent business and that she had no intention of angering the Duke. She apologized and started to cry. The young ladies looked at her with bewilderment. Karen looked at her and said that if Buster said so, then it was so. She asked Ten to accompany the young lady to the living room and inform Buster. Ten meekly agreed and said that she would do everything now. She looked at the young lady and asked her to go into the living room. The girl looked at the Duchess with a grin. Karen felt uneasy after the young lady's look. She did not understand how this was possible, because after the young lady's arrival, her chest began to hurt. Buster looked at Ten and asked if Karen had sent her. Ten said that Karen sent her and asked her to accompany the young lady to the living room and inform him later. Buster looked at the girl and said that in the future, unless it was really urgent, there was no need to let the girl into the house. Ten looked at him and asked if the lady was not like that, and who was he looking for? Buster said that it was all strange, because he had this feeling that she was not the one. He looked at her and said that even if she did turn out to be that girl, it wouldn't change anything, because he already had Karen. He said that the past should stay in the past. He asked the girl to find out about it right now. He also asked her to behave in such a way that no one would find out about anything. Tane said that she would do everything, and he didn't have to worry. The Archduke went down to the young lady. She was very glad to see her. He looked at her and asked what was the matter, since she had not announced her arrival. The young lady bowed and said that she just wanted to say that her father was making her life difficult again. Buster was shocked and asked her why she came to him alone without warning. The hesitant young lady apologized and said that he himself had said that she could turn to him for help if she found herself in trouble. He looked at her and said that he himself remembered what he had said to her, but that did not mean that she could behave so rudely. She looked down and asked for forgiveness. He said that she had nowhere to go, so she did not think about the consequences. Buster looked at her closely and wondered if she was really that tall. The girl said she had no intention of being so rude. Buster looked at her closely as he remembered the woman that night being quite tall and without shoes. Buster looked at her and asked her to come closer for a minute. The young lady agreed and ran towards him in a hurry. Buster heard the sound of her steps. He realized that she was wearing heels. She came closer to him, and he began to study her intently. In a trembling voice, she asked if he wanted to discuss something. He asked her to stand for a minute. He looked at her and said that he hoped that in the future she would not come to his estate like that again. He looked at her and said that he did not want any misunderstandings between him and his wife after her appearance. The young lady stood there puzzled after his words. She looked at him and said that it would never happen again. She walked away, leaving Buster alone. He watched her go, and after their brief conversation, he was sure that 3 years ago he was with another woman. He looked after her and did not understand how she dared to lie to him. Buster was curious about where the information had leaked to, but he didn't want to know who exactly had become the traitor. Buster was pulled out of his thoughts by the boy's voice. Neeti ran up to Buster and jumped into his arms. Buster looked at him and said that while last time he called him Dad, now he calls him Uncle. Neeti thought for a moment. He realized that since his mother was not around, he could call him Father. Neeti hugged Buster and called him Daddy. Buster said that Mom mustn't know about their secret. Karen saw Buster and asked if he had finished talking to the guests. Buster held the threads in his hands and said that he was already finished. Buster said the whole situation was simply outrageous. Karen looked at him and asked what he was talking about. He looked at her and asked if she minded if he was with another woman. Karina looked at him in bewilderment. She looked at him and asked if he hadn't called her, because he needed her. Buster said she had got it all wrong, as he had never allowed her to be so rude. Neeti ran happily around the room. Buster stared at his wife. He looked into her eyes and asked if it was true that she didn't feel anything when the girl came to him. Karen said that, to tell the truth, her heart was a little sore, but otherwise, everything was fine. Basta came closer to her and asked why her heart hurt. Karen looked at Buster and said that she felt like there was a stone stuck in her heart, and her heart was beating wildly, and she felt like she was suffocating. Buster was amazed and asked if what he heard was true. Karina said that it was all true and looked at him intently. She asked if it could be a dangerous disease. Buster was surprised and did not understand what disease she was talking about. Karen said that he just had such a serious face that she thought she was sick. Buster said that luckily there is a small chance Karen was surprised and did not understand what he was talking about. Karen said that something was bothering her. Buster was puzzled and asked what was bothering her. Karen said she was worried about the woman from 3 years ago. She said he told her he was looking for her all the time. She asked how he would feel when he met her again. Buster was puzzled because he saw that she was very calm, asking him about her husband's past, wondering if she was jealous or not. Buster said he had been looking for her for a long time, and he felt very embarrassed that she had disappeared without a word. He looked at her and said that he had her now. Karen was a little puzzled and asked what he would do if the girl came back with a child. Buster was puzzled and didn't understand why she was asking such a thing. Karen looked at him and said that she was just asking because things could turn out like this. Buster said he didn't know and didn't want to imagine such a terrible situation. Karen was surprised and did not understand why the situation was terrible. He looked at her and said that just thinking about it already scared him. Karen looked at the floor and said nothing. Basta looked at her and said that even if this happened, no one would be able to take her place and she shouldn't worry about it. Karen said that she wasn't worried at all. She was just curious. Buster was confused and realized that he was worrying too much. he realized that Karen was hiding something. Karina said she was very interested in what her son was doing. She asked if he wanted to go and see him. Karen just wanted to pick up her son from school, but it turned out that she joined the tea party. The young lady said that it was a great honor for her to have the opportunity to have tea with the Archduchess. Karina smiled and said that it was also a great honor for her to sit next to them and have tea. The man looked at Karen and said that he felt like the Archduke had not come with her. The man looked at her and said that she had changed compared to the last time Karen was surprised. I don't understand what he was talking about. The man said he had unknowingly filled it out from a meeting 3 years ago. Karen said that at that time she was unable to communicate with people. He looked at her and said that, however, it looked more like she didn't want to do it, but simply couldn't. She looked at him and said that at that time everything was exactly like that, and she never communicated with people. It was difficult for her to even trust them. But now, everything was different. She realized that there are not only bad people in the world. Karen said that thanks to him, she was able to see that the world is not all darkness, and she realized that if you make an effort, you can see kindness. The man was puzzled by such words. He looked at her and realized that now she reminded him of his late wife Karina, said that now she felt relieved because her son and Kirian got along well. The man smiled and said that his son talks about Neeti every day. Karen was shocked as she did not expect to hear such a thing. She asked what he was talking about. The man said he praised the boy every day as a smart and talented child. Karen said she was worried because her son was spending time with friends for the first time, but she was very happy that everything turned out this way. The man asked if she had heard about the rumors that had been going around about her, and Buster Karen was surprised and didn't understand what he was talking about. The man said that he had heard that before they got married, they had been secretly dating. Karina was surprised by such rumors. She did not understand how they could meet secretly. The man said that such rumors were circulating because Neeti looked very much like the Archduke. She knew that this was true, but she still felt uneasy about such rumors. Karen looked at him and said that he must be joking. She knew that sooner or later everyone would find out about her son's origin. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of 2 young boys. Karen hugged her son and asked if he had behaved well in class. Neeti said that everything was fine and he was happy. He had a fun time. He said that his brother Kirian had helped him a lot. The kids looked at their new friend and said he was just incredible. Karina thanked the boy for helping her son. The young boy, embarrassed, said that there was nothing to thank him for. The young boys said goodbye cheerfully. The emperor looked at Buster and asked if he had ever met a woman. Basta looked at him and said that if the emperor wanted to talk nonsense, then it would be better not to disturb him and finish the work quickly. The emperor looked at him and asked if he had ever considered him his master. Buster, looking away, said that at least he did now, and that was why he was here helping him with his work. Buster looked at him and said that if he wanted to talk about Iveta Pearson, then it was better not to do it, since he was uncomfortable talking about it. The emperor was a little surprised, since he had previously told him that he was looking for her. Basta was a little puzzled and said that this girl was not who she claimed to be. The emperor was a little surprised. The emperor looked at him and asked him with a smile if it wasn't her he was so desperately trying to find, since the mysterious woman had appeared 3 years ago and disappeared without a trace. Buster looked at him and said he was sure it wasn't her. The emperor looked at Buster with a smirk and said that it looked like the girl was trying to fool a man like Buster. The emperor looked at Buster and asked with a smile if the girl didn't want to commit suicide. Buster was angry at the emperor and said that he came to his house specifically to make fun of him. The emperor looked at him and said that he too was interfering with his personal life. Buster was surprised by this statement and told the emperor to be realistic. He looked at him and asked if he had not been calling her for 3 days already, as he had asked the emperor. The emperor looked at Buster and asked if he had put her up to it. The emperor said that it was most likely he who had told her how to end their relationship. Buster said he had never said anything like that before, and he meant that this way she could solve a problem that had been hanging around for 10 years. The emperor looked at Buster and said that the girls just needed more time. The emperor said that she was still worried about the different statuses, so she strongly restrained her feelings. The emperor was ready to do everything he could to convince her. The emperor looked at Buster and said that he should not interfere anymore. Buster looked at him and said he understood everything. The emperor smiled and said that his ability to understand was amazing, and he added that she would arrange a front row seat for him at their wedding. Buster looked at him and asked him not to speak so terribly. The emperor looked at Buster and asked him if he was secretly dating a girl. Buster asked him to stop talking about her. The emperor said with a smile that he was not speaking. He was referring to the Duchess. The emperor said that the little boy looked too much like little Buster. The emperor asked Buster if he was really his son. Buster was puzzled and said that it wasn't the first time he had heard such a thing, but the problem was that he didn't remember anything, but that didn't mean he didn't suspect. The emperor said that if that child was 3 years old, then that was when he met that mysterious woman. The emperor looked at him and asked if it wasn't strange to say that it was just a coincidence. Buster looked at the emperor with a puzzled expression and said that he had thought about that too. Buster was constantly searching for any information about what happened back then. The emperor thought that the situation was actually very strange. He did not understand that if she really was that mysterious girl, then why would she hide the truth from him? The emperor said he had heard things weren't all that fun when they got married. He asked him if it wouldn't have been easier if she had just asked him for a favor. Buster said it wasn't that simple. He remembered how he had behaved with her when they first met. He had told her then that he hoped she would live without attracting attention. The emperor looked at Buster and asked if the girl had asked for her son to be entered into the family register. Buster looked at the emperor and said that she had never asked for such a thing. The emperor was surprised and did not understand how this was possible. He asked him if not everyone was going crazy to get the position of successor. Buster looked at the emperor puzzled and said that she was not one of those who were interested in such things. Buster said that, moreover, she said that she did not want to drag her son into all this. The emperor was surprised and said that she was certainly an interesting woman. Buster looked at the emperor but said nothing. He desperately wanted Karen to really be that woman and not hide the truth from him. He understood that if she was hiding something, then she still did not trust him. He sincerely hoped that the boy would be his son, but on the other hand, he hoped that it was not so. Buster came to the boy and said that it was time for him to get up. Nitty looked at Buster with sleepy eyes. Buster greeted the little boy Nitty called Buster Daddy. Every time he called him Daddy, he had a strange feeling. Nitty looked at Buster and asked where his mother was. Buster said that she was still sleeping. The boy smiled and said that his mother was a sleepyhead. Buster looked at the boy and asked if his mother always slept this late. Nitty said that when his mother only had him, she woke up early. Buster was surprised, and Nitty said that the viscount just kept coming into their room. Buster was puzzled by the boy's answer. The boy said that he often burst in and screamed terribly when they were sleeping for a long time. Buster looked at the boy sadly. Nitty said that his mother hid him then and then argued with the viscount. Buster hugged the boy and told him not to worry because he would protect him, and that would never happen again. Buster looked at the boy and asked if his mother had ever told him anything about his real father. Nitty looked at Buster with big red eyes. Nitty asked if any monsters had come. Buster looked at the boy, puzzled, and didn't understand what monsters had to do with it. Nitty asked if Dad had seen any goblins. Buster, surprised, asked what that meant. Nitty understood that he couldn't say anything, since his mother asked him not to say anything to his father. Nitty rushed into the toilet with lightning speed. Buster was surprised. He did not understand what came over the boy. Buster watched the boy run away. He smiled at the mischievous boy. Ten came to Bust and asked for forgiveness for such a visit. She said that she met with a member of the Data Guild while investigating what he asked for. Buster was puzzled and didn't understand why she met with him. Ten said that it seemed he had found out something and was going to use it to make a deal with them. Blaster didn't understand what was going on. Ten said that, however, there was one problem. Buster asked what the problem was. She said that the guild leader was heading to their estate. Entering the room, he saw a young man. The young man said that he was very glad to meet him. Buster was very angry. He didn't understand how he could come here. He screamed in rage. Did he understand where he came to? The young man asked with a grin if all houses weren't the same. The young man told the Archduke not to be so rude and asked him to sit down, and he also asked if he would be served some tea. Buster looked at the young man with disdain and asked why he was there. The young man said that he had come only to make a deal with him. Vasily looked at the Duke and said that it looked like the Archduchess had tried hard. He said that even they saw it when they found out about her. Buster looked at him and asked if he wanted money. Vasily said that of course he wants money, since everyone needs it in order to survive. The young man said that, to be honest, he had a lot of money, so he would ask for something more interesting. He said that at least ask Archduchess Karen. Buster was shocked and furious at his words. The young man said that he was beginning to want her. Buster was furious at what he heard and looked at the young man with contempt. He looked at him and asked, apparently he had completely lost his mind, if he wanted to die at his hand. Buster came closer to him and told him to get out of here and not even think about going near his wife. He said that a piece of trash like him was no match for a woman like her. He looked at him and asked if he thought he was clean himself. The young man said that if we were talking about garbage, then he knew he was not far behind either. Buster looked at the boy with anger and told him not to put him even near him, because Buster was sure that he would harm her. The young man looked at Buster and asked him if he wanted information. He said that such information could not be obtained by merely boasting of good manners, and he asked whether a pure man like the Duke could obtain it by relying on kidnapping or torture. Buster was furious and told him to give him the information. The young man laughed and said that in the end he would still want to get the information. The boy said she would give him all the information for only 99 million. He said the discount would be only 1 million. Buster looked at the envelope and said he would send someone to pay him. The young man thanked the Archduke. He was glad because he realized that Buster knew that information was more important than money. He looked at the Duke and understood that he was thirsty for the truth. The young man said that he only remembered that he had discovered something during his investigation. Smiling, the young man said that he would send it to him later as a gift. Buster left the office in a hurry. The young man looked at the departing Archduke and said that the whole situation was very funny and interesting. Someone greeted Karen. She was in shock, didn't understand what was happening. Turning around, she saw a young man who had climbed in through the window. She was shocked that he had not used the door. Vasily came closer to her, took her hand and said that she was definitely still Sonia. She took her hand back and said that she would not lie to him, so he did not need to check her. Holding her hand, the young man was puzzled. Karen said that she read about it in a book, and he was doing it to check if she was lying. Karen realized that he wanted to find out her pulse in this way. The young man was puzzled by this conclusion. The young man handed her an envelope and said that it contained the information she had asked to take. Karen was surprised because it turned out that it was possible to get it before freedom, and quickly. The young man said that he managed to collect the information quickly so that he came to hand it over to her personally. The young man said that he still had business with the Archduke, so he was delayed. Karina was in shock and didn't understand what they were doing. I read all the information. She looked at the young man and asked if everything that was written there was true. The young man said that, of course, everything there was true, since the information provided by the guild was always correct. Karen read a lot of interesting information and realized that their soldier was a traitor. She realized that the girl used the information received from the soldier. Karen was shocked as she realized that the girl had targeted the Duchess's place. She realized that if Buster had loved another, she would have been ready to give in. But she realized that she would not give in now. Since everything was based on lies, she did not want to be used for someone else's plans. She realized that this was unfair to her and her husband. The young man looked at her and wondered if he would ask Karina to kill that woman. He saw her rage. Usually she was restrained, but now she could not hold back her anger and lost her calm. Karen looked at the young man and asked if he had ever told Buster this information. The young man said that he had not told anyone anything, since he was not one of those who did not keep his word. The young man said that he had not told him a word about what Karen had asked him to know. The young man knew that he had given him other information, no less useful. Karen looked at him and asked him not to tell her husband anything. The young man said that, of course, he would not tell anyone anything, and the information Karen bought would not be sold to anyone else. He looked at her and asked if she would like to know something else. The young man said that they could also easily eliminate the girl. Karen looked at him and said there was no need for that. He came closer to her and said that if she only wished, he could fulfill her wish, whatever it might be. He looked at her and said that he would do anything. Karen looked at him and asked him not to cross the line. He looked at her and said that she upset him a lot, despite the fact that their relationship was full of secrets. Karina was perplexed and did not understand what secrets were being discussed. He looked at her and said that she was hiding a lot from the Archduke. Karen pushed him away and said she had no idea what he was talking about. He looked at her intently and said that after all, who the young girl had been pretending to be all along was the Archduchess. The young man said that it was quite funny. He looked at her and said that all this proved that her facial expression could change as if her life was destroyed. He came closer to her and told her to find him when she needed help. He said he could also help her escape. Karen was confused and didn't understand why he would do anything for her. He looked at her and said with a smile that it was just because he liked her. The young man looked at her and asked why she was hiding such a secret, since if she had been honest with the Archduke and asked him for help earlier, everything could have been much better. She was puzzled, looked out the window, did not answer the young man. The young man said that especially if her child was indeed Buster's son, she could ask for much more. He said that she could ask for revenge, wealth, fame, and many other things. The young man looked at her and said that, however, she had chosen a different path. He did not understand why she had done so. Karin, in turn, looked at him puzzled and did not answer him. A moment later, she said that she didn't want to do that to someone who didn't even love her. The young man looked at her and asked if she was talking about love. Karen looked at him and said that if he told her now, she would only become a burden for the Archduke, and she did not want the responsibility to fall on him because she herself did everything of her own free will. Karen said she didn't deserve the Archduke from the start, so she wasn't going to tell him everything that had happened. She looked at the young man and said that, however, someday she would be able to tell him and also apologize to him. She knew she shouldn't have lied to him, but now there was no point in even regretting it. She looked at him and asked if he could help her. He smiled and said that she only had to ask and he would do everything. She looked at him and asked if her son was thrown out. Could he please find a safe place for her son? The young man looked at her and asked what she would do and how she would live. She looked away into the distance and said that she didn't care what would happen to her. He was upset by these words and, looking at her, asked if she had any other reasons to live besides her son. Karen looked at him puzzled and did not answer. The young man asked her what she would do if her son did not need her. He told her what she would do if she had to live for herself and not care about anyone. She looked at him and said that she had never thought about such a thing. The young man said with a grin that it turned out that her soul believed only in her son. He smiled and said that it seemed that even the Archduke himself would not be able to make her live. Karen was shocked, looked at the young man and asked, so he said his words so that she would think about them herself. He looked out the window and said that he would definitely help her when she needed him. He jumped out of the window with lightning speed. Karina was shocked by the young man's behavior. She didn't understand how he could leave so quickly. She stood looking out the window and thinking about his words. She didn't know what their meaning would be after she left the estate. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. She saw Buster come in. She didn't expect to see her husband. He looked at her and asked what she was doing. Karen looked at him and said that Vasily came and they talked a little. She said that he came to give her what she asked for. Buster looked at her but said nothing. Karen approached him and asked if the man had told him about their meeting. Buster said that he had told him everything. Buster looked at her and asked what they were talking about. Karen hesitated, not knowing what to answer her husband. A moment later, she looked away and said that the young man had asked her what she would do if her son were not there. Karen said she couldn't answer that question. Buster was puzzled and asked why she couldn't answer. Karen looked at him and said that she only wanted one thing, and it was Buster who made it possible. Buster was confused and didn't understand what she was talking about. Karen said she wanted to escape from that house, and thanks to Buster, her dreams became reality, and thanks to him, her son is now safe. She looked down and said that she didn't need anything else besides that. Karen looked at Buster and asked him what he wanted. She was very interested to know what he would like. She said that usually people dream about something, and he should have dreamed about something too. Buster said he didn't know, because he would probably take on all the responsibilities and guard the territory, and sometimes hunt and go out into the light, but now his whole worldview has changed. Karen was puzzled. She didn't understand why he was saying that. Buster looked at her and said that he hoped that she and the threads would be with him. Karen looked at him and asked if he was sure he wanted her to be there. He looked at her and said that he really wanted her to always be with him and do whatever she wanted. He looked at her and said, and so he would like her to be honest with him and not hide anything. Buster looked at her intently and said that he would very much like to know more about her. He was desperate to understand her. The man asked Karen to tell him something she couldn't tell him before. He looked at her with his big red eyes and did not understand why she was still continuing to hide something from him. He didn't understand why it was so difficult for her to tell him everything that was on her mind. Walking to Karen, standing behind the door, he heard Karina and Vasily's conversation. What he heard hit him like a bolt from the blue. He couldn't believe everything he heard. He realized that the woman was Karen. He was shocked that the same woman he met 3 years ago had become a completely different person. She was always modest and insecure around him and constantly hid her feelings. He couldn't understand why she still didn't trust him. He was confused because he was always trying to do everything he could for her. Standing outside the door, he wondered why she was doing this to him. Buster asked her if she had something she had been hiding for quite some time and would like to tell him. He came closer to her and asked her to just tell him everything now. He looked at her puzzledly and asked if there was anything else she could tell him. Karen looked at him and thought that maybe it meant he already knew. She realized that he was just trying to get something out of her. She wasn't sure of her judgment, but she was very scared. She was afraid to tell him the truth, but she couldn't keep everything a secret. She looked at him for a moment and said nothing. She knew she had to tell everything, but it was very hard for her. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness. She said she didn't even know where to begin. She came closer to him and said that they first met 3 years ago in a small alley in the capital. He looked at her and said that it turned out she was that woman. She felt very awkward because she knew he had been looking for her all the time, and now she was standing in front of him. He stood there, looking at her, and was so glad that he had finally found out the truth. He was glad that he had finally found her, but he felt like his heart had been pierced by a knife. Karen looked at him and asked for forgiveness. She said she was very sorry. Buster looked away and said that wasn't the point. He looked at her and said that he never wanted to hear her apologize. Karen hesitated a little. She knew that she had to tell him everything, but with every word it became more and more difficult for her. She looked at him and said that it was very painful for her not to go with his son, and as if her heart was breaking, Karen looked down and asked him for forgiveness again. She said that they met by chance that day, but she intended to get pregnant in order to leave the estate. She said she wanted to avoid marrying the Count even if she had to die. She looked at him and said that she had used him and asked for forgiveness again. Bustera looked at her and said that everything happened with his consent. Karen was taken aback. Buster looked at her and said that he himself allowed her to do all the actions towards him. He came closer to her and said that he was already an adult and had thought everything over and decided to help her. Buster said that they both did something, not just her, and therefore they were both responsible for everything. He looked at her and asked why she thought it was only her fault. Karen looked away from him and didn't answer him. His words made her cry. She said he was wrong and that this shouldn't have happened. Karen said it was all her fault. Karen said that she had committed the unforgivable sin with Neatons too. He looked at her and said that this was not what he wanted to talk about. The girl burst into tears, and Buster asked her to look at him. Karen, bursting into tears, asked him to leave her, as she could not forgive herself for what she had done. She said that she didn't deserve his good treatment of her. Crying, Karina said that she should not have met him then. He was furious and didn't understand what she was talking about. He looked at her and asked if she was saying that she regretted meeting him. Karen said she was sorry. Buster was devastated and didn't understand why she was saying that. Karen cried and said that it would have been better if she had just died. The man was shocked by her words. He pushed her onto the bed. She was confused and did not understand what was happening and what he was going to do. Buster looked at her and asked if her life was really that unimportant to her. Her words stirred him up, and he was angry that she would say such a thing. He looked at her and asked if he and his son meant nothing to her. Karen looked at him and sobbed. She could not answer him clearly. Buster looked at her and said that she shouldn't have said that. The man said that her judgmental attitude towards herself hurt him. She looked at him with her big tear-stained eyes and asked why her words hurt him so much. He looked at her and asked if she could not guess why he said there was only one reason. Buster touched his wife's face tenderly and said that he liked her. Karen was surprised because she didn't expect to hear that. He said that she had heard everything correctly and that he truly liked her. She looked at him and asked if he was angry with her. Buster said that he was very angry and also very upset. Buster hugged her and said that he was very angry but not at her. Buster hugged his wife tenderly. Karen knew his words were magical. Buster was upset that he himself could not recognize her, and 3 years ago he could not keep her. He was sad that he could not find her then, and she went through all the torment because he could not help her. He sincerely apologized to her for making her wait for him for so long. Embracing her, he asked for forgiveness. He frantically asked her to forgive him for not being able to recognize his true love. Buster looked at his wife and said that he loved her. Karen looked at him and said that if that was the case, then she was in an even more difficult situation. Buster was surprised and didn't understand what she was talking about. He looked at her and asked what her words meant. Karen was confused and said that she just didn't know anything about love. She looked into the distance, averting her eyes, and asked him if love didn't concern two people. Karina said that she doesn't know what love means. Buster, fascinated by his wife, looked at her intently, not with water in his eyes. He gently threw her onto the bed and said that if she didn't know anything about love, she needed to find out sooner rather than later. Karen looked at her husband in confusion. Buster told her not to worry about anything because love had many forms. He looked at her and said that he would teach her everything. Charmed by his words, she stared at her husband. Buster said he would help her learn the beauty of love slowly and gradually. He hugged her and said that he would teach her everything gradually until she herself understood what love was. He wanted to study the properties of love with her. Buster kissed his wife tenderly and warmly, but before that he told her that he loved her very much. Buster looked at his wife and asked if their son had had a fight with his friends. Karen said that it looked like they were being made fun of, since the boy was the only child without a toy. Karen said that he must have wanted a toy all the time, but she didn't even know what her child needed. She was upset by the whole situation. Buster looked at her and said that if that was the case, then she shouldn't worry. Walking away from her, he smiled and said that he would buy a whole toy factory. Karen was shocked. He said he would talk to Ten right away. Karen wanted to stop him and tell him not to buy the whole factory. Buster said he couldn't stand to see his son being humiliated over a toy. Karen looked at him and asked with a smile if this wasn't too much and why buy a whole factory. Buster was confused because he didn't understand why she was saying it was too much. Karen looked at him and said with a smile that, to be honest, there would be too much factory. Buster smiled and agreed that he had crossed the line after a few minutes of thought. He said he would just buy a toy store. Karen was a little puzzled by her husband's eagerness. She asked him if he had a lot of money. Buster smiled and said that he had a lot of money and he didn't regret spending it on her and his son. He came up to her and hugged her as well. He said that she didn't need to worry about such trifles. Buster hugged her tighter and told her that she was like the lady of the family. She didn't need to worry about money at all. Karen smiled at his words. Karen looked at her husband and realized that she remembered something when she was studying the financial statements. Karen said that she had seen such a book before at the Viscount's, but now it seemed to her that they made no sense. Karen said the dates and items were the same, but he had 2 of those books, and the totals were different. Buster thought for a moment and said it looked like he was keeping double financial records. Karen looked at her husband and said that she had also recently remembered something. She came closer to him and said that in exchange for marriage with the Count, the Viscount received complete control over the mineral resources. Buster was surprised and asked if this meant that the Earl had offered to transfer the rights to the Viscount. Buster said that he was clearly not in his right mind to make an illegal transfer. Buster knew that the Earl did not have such power and rights. Buster understood that most likely the Earl simply led the Viscount around by the finger. He knew that because of the lie, Karen had almost been sold as a thing. The very thought of it frightened Buster. Buster thought about the whole situation for a moment. He knew that he would not let them die peacefully. He desperately wanted to start taking revenge on the Count. Buster hugged his wife tightly. She didn't understand why he would do that. Buster looked at his wife and said that he was very grateful that she was with him now. Karen smiled at him. Buster said he would wait patiently for her. He asked her to love him. Buster didn't care how long he had to wait for her. The Count was shouting furiously at his subordinate and did not understand what had happened and why all the deliveries had stopped. The young man told the Count that their customers had started breaking their contracts. The Count shouted at the young man to convince them or even threaten them. He told the young man that no matter what happened, he had to ensure the deliveries. A young man rushed in and said that they had bad news. The Count was at the factory and did not understand what was happening. The young man said that the miners and carpenters were protesting and saying that they would not work until their wages were raised. The Count was shocked. He didn't understand how they could do this. He screamed furiously. How dare they do this to him? He was shouting and throwing various objects at everything that came into his hands. He was shouting that he didn't care about anything and that they needed to sort this out quickly. He knew that with such a snag, it would be difficult to make a deal with the Mayati Trade Association. The Count shouted after them to do everything in their power if they wanted to stay alive. The Count sat down on the sofa. He was very angry about everything that had happened. He sat and understood that in times like these there should be a beautiful woman nearby who would support him. He remembered the young and beautiful Lady Karen. Seeing her recently at a reception, he was struck even after years by her exceptional beauty. Even though she had given birth to a child, he understood that at that time he had to make her his woman. The Count knew that if she were with someone else, he would fight for her. But at the moment, his rival was the Archduke. The Count understood that this situation was very annoying. On a beautiful bright day, Karen slept soundly. She didn't want to wake up and stayed in bed for a few more minutes. When she woke up, she saw that her husband was not next to her in bed. She thought that he must have woken up very early. Karen sat on the bed and smiled to herself, as she was too used to sleeping with him. Neatons came into her room and was very happy to see her. The boy ran up to his mother and hugged her. Karen asked if he had slept well. He said that he had slept very well and in response asked how she had slept. Karen said that she had slept well too. Karen looked at her son and asked if he had met his dad yet. Niti said he saw Dad and he was on the street. He said Buster was on the street waving a sword and hitting. Karen looked at her son and was touched. She said he must have been practicing his sword strikes. Buster came out of the shower and asked if they were talking about him. The boy ran joyfully to his father. Buster looked at his son and said that they had agreed to go to a nice place. He asked him if he was ready to go with him. The little boy was very happy and said that it sounded great and he was ready. Karen was confused and did not understand what was being discussed. They arrived at the toy store and the store owner greeted them. Buster looked at his son and told him to choose whatever he liked, since all the toys were his. Karen was shocked by her husband's actions. The little boy was truly happy. Karen looked at her husband and asked if he had really bought the store. Buster looked at his wife and smiled at her. He said he only wanted to buy one. Buster looked at his wife and asked what happened. If she didn't like it, he could buy another one. Karen smiled and asked him not to buy more stores. The young parents looked at their son. Karen said that the boy seemed to like it very much. She said that he must have wanted the toy all this time. Buster looked at his wife and said that it was the same for her. If she wanted something or liked something, she could just take it. Karen laughed and said that she was already so grown up that she didn't understand why she needed a toy. Buster, looking at the dolls, said that such elite dolls are often bought by adults. Karen looked closely at the toys and was surprised by the truly incredible beauty of the toys. But one toy caught her eye. She saw a small, beautiful teddy bear among all the dolls. She took it and realized that it was very light and soft. She said that she had never had toys before. Buster stood there, shocked and upset, looking at her. He hugged her and said that he would make a dollhouse for her and fill the whole room with dolls so that she would like it. He looked at her and, smiling, said that she still couldn't sleep there, since she had to sleep with him. Karen smiled. She was very happy and pleased. Karen looked at little Mishka and said that just one toy would be enough for her. Karen slept soundly next to her teddy bear. Buster looked at his wife puzzled and said that she couldn't see anything except the teddy bear. He was upset and didn't understand why she wasn't paying attention to him. Karen looked at her husband and smiled, wishing him good morning. Buster was very offended. He said that they hadn't been acting like that since they got the toys. He said that they were ignoring him completely. Buster looked at his wife and asked her who she would choose, him or the teddy bear. Karina laughed. She came closer to him and hugged him, saying that she would of course choose him. Karina said that she really liked him and that no one and nothing could compare to him. He looked at her and, embarrassed, said that her relationship had gotten better. Karen smiled and asked if he didn't like it. He hugged her and kissed her and said that he liked everything. The Emperor looked at the Archduke and asked why he was just disturbing his work. Buster was perplexed and did not understand. Why would he suddenly disturb him? The Emperor told him not to play the fool. He said he could understand why Buster wanted revenge on the Viscount, but he didn't understand why he wanted the Earl. Buster said that the Count was just a nasty person. The Emperor was shocked and did not understand whether Buster was joking or not. Buster said that he was not joking, but was serious. The Emperor looked at him and said that he knew perfectly well the reason for his hatred of the Viscount. But as for the Count, he understood nothing. The Emperor said he was keeping him because he could be useful to him. Buster looked at the Emperor and said he was not needed and asked to be fired. The Emperor thought for a moment and said nothing. The Emperor looked at him and asked if the Duchess could be the cause. The Emperor said that Buster was so blinded by love that he acted indiscriminately. Buster was furious and said that he didn't think His Majesty should say such a thing. He said that he heard once that the rude one, when 10, a member of the guild, disappeared and no one knew where he could have gone. The Emperor was shocked and did not understand how Buster knew about such a trifle. Buster said that he knew everything and nothing could be hidden from him. The Emperor looked at Buster and said that since they were talking about 10, he would not wait for her any longer. Basta looked at him and asked what would happen if he was rejected later. The Emperor said that would not happen. He said that he would have to make the impossible possible. The Emperor smiled and told Buster that he better look for someone to replace 10. The Emperor looked at Buster and said that it seemed that the Viscount was very much cornered. The man asked Buster if he was being too cruel to the Viscount. Buster said he wasn't being cruel to him. He was just getting rid of one of his illegal schemes. The Emperor said that the Viscount had become that way because the scheme had been a huge success. Buster said that it was none of his business. The Emperor looked at Buster and said that he had heard that the Viscount had come to the mansion that afternoon to meet the Duchess. The Emperor told Buster not to act tough and to go and meet the man who was clearly bothering him. Karen stood and stared out the window. 10 came to the Archduchess and said that her father had come to visit them. She also said that she had asked him to wait at the entrance. 10 asked if he should be thrown out. Karen looked at her, puzzled. 10 said the man came and said he came to check if his child was okay. Karen looked at the documents and said that it was stupid on his part. Karen asked 10 to take the man to the guest room. She said she would meet him as soon as she sorted out the paperwork. Karen understood that he would come to her one day. She understood that he had no shame at all. The Viscount was furious that Karen had made him wait for hours. He was furious and shouted that it was impolite for the Archduchess to receive guests like that. 10 came to the Viscount and said that the Archduchess needed to sort out some paperwork, so she was late. The Viscount, in turn, shouted that he was already tired of hearing the same thing because it was not the first time, and he was already tired of waiting for his daughter for hours. 10 said it would be better if he stopped making noise in the estate. The Viscount was furious because the Archduke's servants were not fulfilling their assignments. He did not understand how a simple servant dared to treat him like that. Karen was furious with the Viscount's words. She said that this was not a simple servant, but the girl was in charge of the estate management. The Viscount shouted at his daughter and said that as soon as she married the Archduke, she immediately caused him a lot of problems. She looked at him calmly and said that she never thought about such a thing. Karen said that she was already kind enough to greet someone who came without an invitation. The Viscount was shocked by his daughter's words. Karen looked at him and asked why he wanted to see her. Karen said he seemed to need money. The Viscount was furious. Karen said that her father's unexpected visit could only be about money. She asked if he really needed anything else. The stunned Viscount looked at his daughter. He did not understand how she could change so quickly. He knew that even though she didn't dare even look him in the eye and lived as if she didn't exist at all, now she was completely different. He looked at her intently and did not understand what had happened to her during all this time. Karen looked at her father and said that if she was wrong in her assumptions, she apologized. The Viscount looked at her and said that his affairs were not going so smoothly, since some problems had arisen. He was sure that such a matter could be resolved with the help of the Archduke. Karina smiled but said nothing. A moment later, she said that if he wanted to ask for help, he should have brought decent compensation, but he came empty-handed. The Viscount was shocked and did not understand what she was even saying. He looked at her and said that she really was the Karen he knew. She looked at him and said that she was not the same anymore. Straightening up, she said that she was an Archduchess. The Viscount looked at her and asked if it was okay for the Archduchess to treat her parents like that. She looked at him with disdain. The Viscount was angry and asked her who had given her and her child food and shelter in the past. He said that if it weren't for him, she would have died of hunger on the street long ago. He was furious because she didn't want to repay him for his kindness. He shouted at her furiously and insulted her. She looked at him and said that on the farm, the animals were also fed and kept in a cage, and when the time came, they were sold to the butcher. Karen said that, like her, they were supposed to sell her to the Count. She looked at him with fury and said that he was not her parent, but only her owner. She said he was even less human than the farm owner. She said he was just a pathetic man who lived by oppressing others. The Viscount looked at her with fury and asked if she had finished yet. He did not understand how she dared to say such a thing to him. He pounced on her with fury in order to cause harm in the blink of an eye. 10 approached them. She pushed him away. The Viscount fell to the ground, stunned by such behavior. Karina looked at him with contempt and said that he still resorted to cruelty. She said that she would not stand by if he appeared before her or her family again. The Viscount was shocked and did not understand how such a pathetic girl could dare to behave so imperiously. He shouted if the boy knew that his mother did not want to get married because she gave birth to a stranger. Karen looked at her father with fury. She didn't understand how he dared to say something like that. She came closer to him and asked how dare he pronounce her son's name with his dirty mouth. The Viscount laughed at her words and asked if she was trying to protect her son. He said that when he beat her in the basement, she was trying to protect him too. He watched everything that was happening and said that the situation was quite touching. Karen told him to shut up. The Viscount looked at his daughter and said that her son had probably grown up by now. He said that the boy was so innocent before he was freed and didn't know anything about the world yet. Karen hit her father in the leg and told him to shut up with all her fury. Bacon was shocked by what the girl did. His leg hurt. Karen came closer to him and said that if he called his name with his mouth again, she would definitely kill him. I looked at him with all the anger and hatred and said that she would kill him, just like he killed her mother. She remembered that fateful day when, entering the room, she saw only her mother's lifeless body. Before that, she had seen him beat her every day. Karen said that she would make sure that he regretted giving her life. She looked at him and said that he didn't even deserve to die. She was disgusted that she was born from a man like the Viscount. The Viscount was shocked by his daughter's behavior and frantically asked her to stop. But Karen wasn't going to stop and hit him between the legs. He screamed in pain and writhed on the floor. Karen watched everything that was happening and said that she found him disgusting. She looked at him and told him to listen carefully, as he had better never appear before her again in his life. Karen said she knew very well how many flaws there were in his fake accounting firm, too. She said she knew where that book was hidden. She said she knew where he hid the real book and asked him to never forget it. She said that he shouldn't forget how well he knows her and how well she knows him. Karen called 10 and asked her to escort the guest. She said that she would do everything immediately. The Viscount looked at his daughter with fury. When Karen left, she said that next time he should not be allowed into the house. Karina was walking down the corridor when she heard someone calling her. She turned around and saw her husband. She walked up to him and hugged him tightly. He looked at her and asked why she had such a sad expression on her face. He wanted to know what happened. Karen said she was just seeing her father. Buster said he understood everything now. Karen said that she was very tired, as she felt a little worse after meeting him. Karen told Buster that her father might try to harm him. Buster smiled and asked her if that was why she had a sad expression on her face. Buster said that she had nothing to worry about, as a person like him could be destroyed quickly. Buster smiled and said that he had already seen what had happened in the living room, and he hoped that she felt a little better about what she had done. Karen was surprised that he had seen everything. Buster said the door was ajar when he passed by, so he only saw a little out of the corner of his eye. Karen was upset that he saw everything. Buster hugged her tightly and said that it seemed like he had managed to fall in love with her again. He looked at her and said that the way she held herself there looked absolutely amazing. He said that she was doing well. Buster said that there was a large-scale purge planned for the Imperial Palace, and the Viscount was also included in the list of attendees. Buster looked at her and said that if she wanted, he could help to increase the Viscount's punishment. Karen looked at him and said that she didn't want to. So this would be enough. Buster was puzzled and asked her if she didn't want to take revenge on him. Karen said that if by revenge he meant murder, then she did not want revenge. He quickly looked at her and asked if she wanted to save her father's life. Karen said she wished he could live a very long time. Buster was surprised. With such words, Karen said that she wanted him to live a long time in pain. Buster smiled and said that he would do whatever she wanted. Buster thought long and hard about killing him, but since his wife wanted him to live, he would agree with her. Buster knew that if he were alive, he would pay for all his sins with continuous suffering. Buster looked at his wife and said that he promised to spare her life as well. Buster said that Pearson would soon be tried. Karina was surprised and did not understand why Count Pearson should be judged. Bader said that his family's corruption was so serious that he thought that his entire family would be stripped of their titles this time. Buster said that the girl who tried to impersonate Karen, and then even bullied Karen, will also receive her punishment. She will be expelled from the Empire. Karen said, puzzled, that she understood everything. Karen looked at her husband and asked for forgiveness. She said that if she had told him the whole truth at once, none of this would have happened. Buster looked at his wife and said that she had done everything for him, so he asked her not to think about what she had done anymore. He told her that everything would be fine and it was not her fault, so she did not need to apologize to him anymore. Karen said she would not apologize anymore. Karen looked at Buster and said that she had one request. He didn't understand what she wanted to ask. Karen asked, what about the Count? Buster said that the Count would soon pay for his sins. Karen said that the women and girls who were given to him by force suffer and also live a hellish life. Karen knew that the Count treated women like cattle, and if it weren't for Buster, she probably would have lived the same hellish life. She understood that even though she felt free now, she was still in slavery in her thoughts. Karen looked at her husband and asked if it was possible to save those girls who were sold to him as slaves. Buster looked at his wife and told her not to worry, and he would do everything. Basta came closer to her and kissed her tenderly. He knew that in reality, she was the only person he simply could not help but love. Buster told Karen to leave all her worries to him. Karen and Buster slept soundly that night. Buster woke up and watched his sleeping wife with tenderness. He was very glad that she was finally next to him. Having got ready, Buster went about his business. Of them approached him. The soldier greeted his master. Buster looked at the soldier and asked where the traitor was. The soldier said that the man was now in the basement. Buster asked the soldier what about Yvette Pearson. The man said that the girl was still being sought. Buster was shocked that she still hadn't been found. The man said that it seemed that the girl was hiding so well that even her own family did not know her whereabouts. Buster looked confused but said nothing. Buster walked up to the traitor and looked at him. He asked him why he decided to betray him. The young man said that he betrayed him because he loved the girl and desperately wanted to make her happy. Buster was perplexed and asked him if he wanted to make her happy at the expense of his family. The young man said he had no excuse. He said he hadn't thought his plan would lead to this. The young man said that the whole plan was planned by him alone, and the girl was not at all to blame. The young man looked at the Archduke and asked him to forgive the young lady. Buster was confused. Buster looked at him with disdain and said that he had heard that when he was caught, he did not even show resistance. Buster looked at him and said that it seemed that when the young man got to them, he was even ready to die. Buster put his sword to the young man's head and said that he himself should understand what punishment awaits the shadow that dared to betray the master. The young man said in a trembling voice that he understood everything. Buster said that although he tried to protect her and even decided to sacrifice himself, it was all useless. He said that all his actions were useless because the girl would be expelled from the empire anyway, and also she would not be able to stay in one empire for long, so she would wander around the world forever until the end of her days. The young man looked at his master in bewilderment and asked why he had decided to give her a life worse than that of a mongrel. The young man knew that such a life was unfair. Buster looked at him and said that he had already been too merciful in kindly sparing her life. The young man asked Buster in a trembling voice why he had decided to punish her like that. The young man said that he had committed an unforgivable sin, and she had done nothing. Buster was shocked by the boy's words. The young man said that the girl, being an unwanted and illegitimate child, was subjected to cruel treatment. He did not understand what her fault was. He knew that she just wanted to live, and in the end, followed his plan. Buster looked at the young man in bewilderment and said nothing. A moment later, Buster revealed that she had tried to take someone else's place by lying, and even if he had planned it all, it was her fault. The young man looked at his master and asked him if he were in the same situation as the girl. Would he act differently? He asked if he would act like her just to survive normally and finally become happy. Buster looked at the young man and did not respond to his words. Buster looked at the young man and said that if he were in her place, he would never have acted the way she did, and he, in turn, would have looked for other ways to resolve this situation. The young man was shocked by his master's words. Buster said that in the end she didn't even think about building her own happiness, instead of taking someone else's, and he was blindly trying to justify her. Buster told him to think with his own head since he only gave her the idea, but she could decide for herself what to do. The young man looked down at the floor and did not look at his master. Buster said that he should have calculated his strength correctly before coming up with such a stupid plan. Buster said that maybe if he had realized then that everything would lead to such disastrous consequences, he would hardly have allowed her to do so. Buster said that if you understand that the enemy is too strong and it is unlikely that you can defeat him, then you should just run headlong and not get caught by him. Buster looked at the boy with disdain and said that there was no mercy for traitors, but out of respect for him, he would let him kill himself. Buster said that he could do it when he was ready. The young man, with his eyes closed, was thinking about something. He did not answer his master, but a moment later he still decided to thank Buster. The young people left, leaving the traitor alone. Walking down the hallway, Buster saw his son. A little boy stood in the hallway late at night, holding his toy. Buster was surprised when he saw his son. He asked if he hadn't been able to sleep well the night before. A little boy asked his father if there were any more bad people. Buster exhaled and said that there were no more bad people. The little boy was very happy and asked if his mother would be sick now. Buster looked at his son and told him not to worry, because he would definitely punish anyone who tried to harm his mother again. Nitty was very happy and asked if what he was saying was true. Buster smiled and hugged his son tighter, saying that he would really protect his mother. Buster slowly carried his son into the room. Entering the room, Buster saw how quietly and peacefully his wife was sleeping. Buster calmly laid the baby down next to his mother. The Archduke watched the sleeping family with a smile on his face. Buster walked up to his wife and kissed her softly. He mentally promised her that he would protect them for the rest of his life. The Count was furious and beat everything that came his way. He did not understand why the money had stopped coming. The young man bowed before the Count and said that it seemed that the Archduke had a hand in their problems. The young man said that the Archduke had cut off all their connections so that they could not get new goods, nor sell them. If someone made a deal with them, he would immediately become the Archduke's enemy. The Count was shocked by the news. The Count did not understand why the Archduke had decided to do this to him. The young man said that they had no idea what the problem was. The Count remembered the young lady and thought that it was most likely because of her, as once upon a time the Count decided to contact him, after which he asked to sell her. The Count thought for a moment and was sure that a man would hardly have done such a thing because of a woman, since he knew that Buster was such a smart man before his will. The Count shouted at his subordinates. He said that he did not care what they did. He shouted that they could sell the building or take out a debt, but he wanted to see the money immediately. The young man bowed and said that a royal order had been given that the Count was not to perform any unnecessary actions at the moment, as there would soon be an audience. The Count was dumbfounded, as he had not heard anything about the order. Another young man said that he had heard about the order today. The Count was in shock and did not know what to do now. He decided to leave the young people in anger, saying that since they could not figure it out, he himself would go to the capital and find out about the order. The Count heard some strange sound. He heard the voice of a man who said that the Count did not have to go to the capital since the audience could take place now. He was in shock. The Count saw the Emperor and the Archduke. The Count and his subordinates greeted the young people. The Count looked at the Emperor and asked with all respect why he had decided to visit such a wretched place. The emperor looked at him and said that he had come to such a place in order to pull out the weeds, because without this the flowers and trees would not be able to grow healthy. The count was confused and did not understand why the emperor was speaking such words. The emperor looked at his subordinates and told them to bring one person. They brought her to the girl. The count was in shock and did not understand why the girl was brought in. He understood that he would soon be finished. The Archduke looked at the girl and asked where the other women were. The girl said in a trembling voice that the rest of the women were on the second floor, one person in each room. The Archduke looked at her and said that they had come here to look at the rooms on the second floor. The young men were confused and said that all the rooms were locked and no one could open them except the count himself. The emperor looked at Buster and said that he was taking care of everything here, so he could safely go there himself. The emperor looked at Buster and said that he had to fulfill the wish of his beloved Duchess. Buster said he would go himself. Buster looked at the girl and asked her to go with him. The girl obediently agreed and they went. The girl showed him all the rooms. She said that each locked room contained one person. When Buster looked inside, he was shocked by what he saw. He saw a young girl sitting on a bed chained up. He saw her exhausted look. He realized that it looked like everyone was happy. So terrible, and he became very angry at the count. Buster screamed furiously for all the girls to be released immediately. For a moment, Buster imagined the count lustfully satisfying his needs with girls. He understood that he was not a man, but a monster. He understood that all this was simply unforgivable. Buster burst into the room with rage. The Archduke looked at the emperor and asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. He asked if he could use force against the criminal. The emperor looked at Buster and said that he could do whatever he wanted. Buster drew his sword and cut the count. Buster looked at the count with contempt and asked the emperor if he could kill him. The emperor said that he could kill him, but the emperor said that the duke should remember that he hates it when everything is dirty. The emperor looked at the count and told the Archduke to make sure that the blood did not stain anything. Buster pushed the count, who begged frantically for forgiveness. The Duke was furious and did not understand how the count could offer him to sell Karin. He knew that most likely the count would like to do the same to her, or something even worse. Buster looked at the count and realized that he was worse than an animal. The emperor looked at the Archduke with a smile and said that he was pleased with such a frightening thing. The count begged frantically for forgiveness and pardon. He crawled to the emperor and asked him to save him. The emperor said that he had committed corruption and also kept double-ledger accounting of illegal transactions and negotiations, and there were even records obtained of the illegal buying and selling of women and the illegal distribution of drugs. The emperor said that now that they had come here in person and found out for themselves that he had repeatedly beaten women, the count frantically begged the emperor to pardon him. The emperor looked at him and said that he just wanted his work in this place to go smoothly, so he told him to put his signature on some documents. The emperor looked at him and told him to sign and agree to transfer all his private property to the Imperial family. The count immediately began signing documents. The emperor looked at him and said that he had done a very wonderful job, since all the property in the mansion, including the mansion itself, was now confiscated, and the count was demoted to a commoner, and all the saved women should receive appropriate treatment and protection. The emperor looked at the Archduke and said that it was high time for him to leave, so he asked him to take care of everything else. The emperor looked at the Duke and asked him to be careful, so that he did not overdo it. The count was in shock and knew what was waiting for him. The count shouted furiously after the emperor. He shouted that he had signed all the documents and that he in turn had to save his life. The emperor looked at the count with disdain and said that he had only asked him to sign, but there was not a word about saving his life. The count was in shock and, lying on the floor, screamed after the emperor. The Archduke looked at the count and told him not to worry because he would not kill him right away. Buster said that the count would suffer and be tormented for a very long time. Buster looked at him and said with a smirk that he would make him feel pain that would make him beg for death. The ladies sat drinking tea and passionately discussed the situation that had developed in the Imperial palace. One of the ladies said that her husband had been given a huge fine, while the other girl said that it was good that he had only been given a fine. She asked if they had heard any rumors about the count. She from the lady said that they could not think that one day the viscount and the count would disappear. They were shocked that they could just disappear without a trace. The young ladies said that they were very scared. Karen listened to all this and said nothing in response to the discussions. Karen's friend came up to her and said that the atmosphere was very tense right now. The Marquis looked at her and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He greeted her. She greeted him back. The Marquis said that no one could have imagined that aristocratic society would change so much in just 2 months. Karen said that on the other hand it was very good, since now the aristocrats would be more careful while the emperor was alive. The Marquis looked at her and said that it seemed that the Archduke and his butler had temporarily moved into the Imperial palace. Karen said that the Archduke had to visit a building nearby. Karen said that she heard that the emperor was in good health these days. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Nitty. Karen hugged her son and asked if he had behaved well during the lesson. Buster looked at his son and told him to come to him and he would pick him up. Karen was surprised to see her husband there. Buster looked tenderly at his wife and said that she shouldn't lift him anymore, as he was getting very heavy after all. Buster approached his wife and asked if he was late. Karen said that he was not late, but just on time. Buster asked if they could go now. The young ladies watched the Archduke and Archduchess and said that they were quite nice. One of the ladies said that it turned out that the man had a nice side. They rode in a carriage sitting next to each other. Karen was truly happy. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she wanted a drink before bed. Karen was surprised by this proposal. Karen was taken aback and thought. She looked at her husband and asked if they shouldn't take their son into the next room then. Buster was confused and didn't understand why it was necessary to carry his son. Karen smiled and said that they would spend the night together. Buster was shocked and embarrassed. Buster hugged his wife and said that this was the first time she had ever spoken about spending the night together. He looked at her and said that he really hoped that things would continue like this. Karen smiled at him and said that it would be so. Buster picked up his son and carried him into the room with a smile. He asked his wife to wait a little. He said that just a minute and he would come running back. Karen smiled as she watched him go. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she was interested in what had happened to the Earl and the Viscount. Karen looked at him and said that she had already learned everything from Vasily. Buster was shocked and did not understand when she had managed to meet the leader of the Information Guild. Karen said they met by chance on the way to the restaurant, after which they exchanged a few words on the street. She looked at Buster and said that he had nothing to worry about. Buster drank some wine and said that he was still a thorn in their lives. Karen smiled. Karen looked at her husband and asked if it was true that the Count had been handed over to those women. Buster looked at his wife and said that it was true. They had suffered greatly because of him, and Buster thought that this was the only way they could not fully punish him. Buster said that thanks to the Emperor, they received proper medical care and protection, and their statuses were restored. Buster said that all women will be given maximum care so that they can start their lives with a clean slate. Karen looked at her husband and thanked him for his help. Buster looked at her and said nothing. A moment later, Buster said he wanted to formally enter the threads into the family register. He looked at his wife and asked her what she thought. Karen looked at him and said that for now she completely agreed, because now they were closer, and especially since he was his child. He looked at her and asked if she really agreed. He said that he would like to get married again. Karen was confused and did not understand what was being discussed. Buster said that he meant that he would like to officiate the wedding. Karen smiled and asked why he wanted to have a wedding because she was happy enough. Buster said that they had entered into that marriage. They had only signed the papers, and he wanted to have a wedding like the others. He said he wanted to see her in a beautiful white dress and say his vows and exchange rings. Karen smiled and said that they didn't hold the wedding because there was a reason, but now, in principle, everything suited her, and there was no need to hold it. Buster looked at her and said that he was not happy with this, and he would very much like to have a wedding with her. Buster said that he would very much like to confess his love to her and spend the night with her, and also go on a date. He looked at her intently and said that he wanted to do everything as his lovers usually do. He looked at her with a loving look and said that they should start everything from scratch right now. Buster looked at her intently and said that he loved her very much. Karen was very touched by his words. She looked at him, fascinated. Karen was a little confused and didn't know if this lifestyle would suit her. Buster looked at her and said that anything would suit her. He came closer to her and said that moreover they had already become ordinary lovers. He looked her straight in the eyes and said that he liked her very much. He said that he didn't know what moment it was, but in one moment he fell deeply in love with her. Buster said that's why he wants her to fall in love with him too as soon as possible. Buster said he hopes she will always be happy and will never stop smiling brightly. Buster looked at her and with a smile on his face said that he was ready to wait as long as it took, until she herself wanted to spend days and nights with him. Karen smiled as she was pleased with his words. Buster looked at her and told her to always remember that she could refuse at any moment because it was her right to choose. They lay on the bed and kissed passionately. Buster said that he loved her very much. After the night spent, Karen could not open her eyes. Karen didn't want to wake up because she knew that they had spent the night together. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she was awake. Karen stared at him and knew that even though it wasn't their first night together, she knew they had spent it as true lovers, starting over with a clean slate. She thought that was probably why it felt different. Karen looked at Buster and said that his eyes reminded her of two brightly sparkling rubies. Karen smiled and said she couldn't believe it was almost the end of the year. Buster smiled and said he never thought the year would go by so quickly. The young people merged into a passionate kiss. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she wanted to go on a date with him. Karina was very surprised and glad that he asked her out on a date. Buster said that he confessed his love to her first, then they should go on a date, and then he planned to propose to her. Buster said that he decided that he had done this and he could go through with the wedding with peace of mind. He looked at her and asked her what she thought of his plan. Karen looked into the distance, embarrassed, and said that she didn't mind, but unfortunately she didn't know anything about what couples did on dates. Buster looked at her and said that on dates like this, you can do whatever you want. He came closer to her and asked if she would mind giving him some of her time. Karen looked at him and said that she thought it would be a little difficult to do that right now. Buster smiled and said that he would then wait for her exactly 1 hour later on the first floor. He kissed her and said that he hoped she would remember this day fondly because it would be their first date as ordinary lovers. After his words, Karen was very embarrassed. Buster looked at his wife and smiled and said, "See you soon." Needy said with a smile that he had already gone to school. Karina smiled and told him to try to behave properly at school. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she had said goodbye to her son. Buster said that it was really time for them to get going. All day Buster spoke in Karen my lady, which embarrassed her greatly, and she asked him how long he would continue to call her that. Buster looked at her and said that was what he would call her until today was over. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she could pull back the curtain. Karen pulled the curtain back a little and noticed a beautiful landscape. She said it was the first time she had seen such a wildly beautiful landscape. Buster smiled. He said he had wanted her to see him like that so much that he had asked the coachman to take that road beforehand. Karen thanked her husband. They arrived at the place and a man came out to greet them. Basta looked at the man and said that they were happy. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man said that that was true. The man looked at them and said that he was pleasantly surprised, since the Archduke this time did not come alone, but was accompanied by such a beautiful lady. He invited them to go inside. Karina was surprised by such pleasant words. They went inside, and Karen saw that there was no one at all in the restaurant. The man looked at her and asked if she was surprised that no one was there. The man said that Mr. Buster had asked to rent out the entire restaurant for today. Karen was surprised. The man suggested that they sit down wherever they felt comfortable. The man looked at them and said that the Archduke and his father had been their visitors since his father had been the manager here, so he was lucky enough to see the little Archduke. Karina was very happy and asked what the Archduke was like as a child. The man looked at them and said with a smile that, to tell the truth, he was a very mischievous and disobedient child. The manager said that Buster was just a terrible fidget. He said that he even remembers an incident when Buster secretly snuck into the kitchen and turned everything upside down. Karen was very surprised. The man said that after the young Archduke overturned a pot of food in the kitchen, his father scolded him so harshly that he burst into tears. Buster was shocked and said he did not cry. Buster screamed that he was lying and he never cried at all. Karen was surprised and laughed a little. She looked at her husband and said that he was very little then, and that's why he probably forgot Buster was shocked and screamed that it couldn't have happened at all, and he didn't cry at all. Karen smiled and said that she believed him. The man said, looking at Buster, that it was nice talking to them, but with their permission he would go to the kitchen to bring them a dish. Karen smiled at the man, as she was very pleased to hear stories about her husband. They were brought a lot of food. Karen started eating and said that it looked quite appetizing. Buster looked at his wife and said that after they ate, they would go for a walk in the capital. Buster looked at her and said that she still needed to buy a lot of new jewelry. And after all that, she would have a truly amazing surprise. Karen was shocked. She looked at her husband and asked when he had even had time to prepare everything. Buster looked at her and said that it was a secret, and he couldn't tell her everything. Buster looked at her intently and said that he really wanted to see and do a lot of things with her. Karen, stunned, looked at her husband. She was surprised by his words. She was very pleased that he cared about her. Buster looked at his wife and said that he wanted to thank her from the bottom of his heart. After all, it was thanks to her that his life had acquired bright colors and become so beautiful and happy. The young ladies drank tea with the Duchess and thanked her for inviting them to tea. Karen looked at them and said that she was very grateful that they decided to accept her offer and helped her when she needed them. Karen said she was very happy that her son was able to make so many friends, and the young lady said they were very happy to help her. One of the girls saw a ring on the Archduchess's finger. She said it looked very stunning. They saw the ring and said it was the famous Royal Rose diamond ring. Karina was a little taken aback as she didn't know such details about the ring. They said that it was very lovely. Karen remembered the moment when her husband got down on one knee and proposed to her to the sound of fireworks. She knew that it was a really big surprise for her. She didn't even think that the ring was so expensive and valuable. The girls said they had heard that the ring was from the royal treasury. One of the girls said she had heard that its price was equivalent to buying a gem mine. After hearing this, Karen was shocked, as she did not expect her husband to give her such an expensive gift. One of the girls said that there were rumors that the Archduke was very good at choosing jewelry, and it seemed that this was actually true. Karen was a little embarrassed and just laughed in response. One of the young ladies looked at Karen and asked if something was bothering her. Karen said that she was worried that the Archduke had spent too much money. She said that he had bought her a lot of expensive things that day and had also rented a restaurant so that it would be just the two of them, and when they attended the play, they sat in an empty hall. Karen said that she actually felt very awkward because there were only the two of them in the entire audience. She said that this was not all, and asked the girls if they knew designers named Sleep. The girls said that they knew him because he was one of the most famous designers in the empire. The girls said that there were rumors that he even became the personal designer of the Archduke. Karen said that the man sews one dress every week. Karen said that she only has one body and physically she does not have time to wear all the dresses. The girls looked at the young lady with envy and said that they felt very sorry for her. One of the girls said that she was a little jealous of her because she couldn't buy his dress because he didn't put them up for sale. Another girl also supported her, said that she also wanted to buy at least one dress, but he refused and said that he wouldn't sell the dress for money. Karen looked at them and asked if they would mind if she gave them a dress of his design. Karen said that she has many dresses of his cut, which she has not even had time to touch. But in truth, there is one nuance. You will have to adjust them to the girls' sizes yourself. The young ladies were very happy for such a generous gift from the Archduchess. They thanked her profusely for such a gift. Buster looked at his wife and said that if you think about it, they didn't start dating like other couples 6 months ago. Karen knew that a lot had happened in that time. Buster confessed his love to Karen every day. They went on a date once or twice a week, and in public they showed tender feelings, although it embarrassed her a little. She knew that if she remembered how wonderful the days spent with him were, she could simply melt. Karen was truly happy to be with her husband. Buster looked at his wife and said that there was a very beautiful and unusual island in the South Sea. He said that he had heard that there were many places to walk and enjoy the view. He looked at her and asked if she would like to go to the island with him. Karen smiled at the suggestion as she was drawn to the island. She asked how many days it would take. Buster moved closer to his wife and said that it would take them a week. He asked her how about going there together. Karen was shocked because she wouldn't be able to see her son for a week. She asked how he would be alone at home. Buster looked at her and said that he would be fine and that she shouldn't worry. He looked at her and asked if she wanted to travel with just him. Buster went up to his son and said that if Mom and Dad were together, alone for a few days, then Nitty would have a little brother or sister. Nitty was surprised and asked if it was true. Buster said it was. Buster looked at his wife and hugged her. He said that he had already explained everything to the Marquis, and he said that he could babysit their son while they were on the cruise. Karen was surprised, as her husband was able to prepare everything in advance. Buster said that he had also rented a boat for them in advance. Karen looked at her husband and couldn't imagine when he had managed to get everything ready. Buster also smiled at her and said that he had already rented an entire island for them. Karen was a little puzzled and asked her husband if he thought it was a bit too much. Buster told her not to worry and that everything was fine. Buster said he was very eager to make up for everything she had missed out on, as he had been a little late. Buster looked at his wife and said that he really wanted her to be happy and get used to it. Because it would always be like that. He said he wanted her to take it for granted. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she would like to go on the cruise with him. He said that he wanted her to make the decision herself because he didn't want to force her, because then she wouldn't be able to fully enjoy the cruise. Karen looked at her husband, puzzled, and asked if he was worried that a lot of work might accumulate for her too. Buster looked at her and said that he had already warned Ten, so she had nothing to worry about and everything would be fine. He looked at his wife's face and said that Ten herself offered to help when she heard that they wanted to go on a cruise, and she also wanted a break from the Emperor. Buster said that he knew that it was not quite right to involve the young future Empress, but however, she was not yet an Empress, so everything was fine. Buster looked at Karen and said that he wanted to give her something to look at. Karen was confused and didn't know what he wanted to show her. He handed her a document and told her to open it and look at it herself. Karen looked and saw a family register. Buster looked at her and apologized for the lateness of the result, as it had taken a little longer to add the thread to the registry due to the birth certificate not being properly registered. Karen looked at the document and thanked her husband. She was happy with all the current events, but she still regretted that she could not give him his father's last name and patronymic, but now he was officially with a last name and patronymic. Buster looked at his wife and asked her not to cry. Karina said that she was not crying at all. Karen looked at her husband and said that she was so happy she was just crazy. Blaster kissed his wife and said that he loved her very much. Karen looked at her son and asked if he could manage without them. She asked if he wanted to go with his mom and dad. Needy said he could manage all alone and he didn't want to go with them, so it would be better for him to stay in the estate. Buster looked at his son and said that he had grown a lot. Needy looked at his father and told him not to forget the promise he made to him. Buster said he wouldn't forget. Buster looked at his son and said that he could be naughty, but within reasonable limits, he agreed with him. Karen smiled and said that Buster should not have said that to his son. Buster looked at his son and said that if he wanted to go to the toy store, he could buy whatever he wanted. Nitty was very happy, but also asked him if they would suddenly run out of money, they would then starve. Buster told him not to worry, because even if the country went bankrupt, his safe would always be full of money. Buster walked up to his wife and asked if she was ready to go. Karen asked him to wait a little longer. Karen walked up to her son and said that it was time for her to go. Karen told him not to cry, and if he missed her, he could send her a letter, but after thinking a little, she said that most likely it would not be possible to send a letter. She asked him to be strong, and his mother would soon return to him. Karina hugged her son and apologized for leaving him alone. The little boy said that he was an adult and he could handle everything. Buster looked at them and said that at this rate, they might miss the ship. They were about to leave. Needy in turn shouted and called for his mother. Karen said that she would definitely buy him a present. Buster was confused because he did not understand where on the island she was going to buy him a present. They sailed to the island on a ship Karen was amazed by, the beautiful view. She was fascinated by the view from the ship. She was truly happy to see such beauty with her husband. Buster looked at her and asked if she liked the view. Karen said it was the first time she had seen the sea, and its green-blue color reminded her of emeralds. Karen looked at her husband and said that she wanted her son to see the sea, too. Buster said that he would definitely see the sea soon. Buster looked at his wife and said with a smile that even now she was worried about their son. She looked at him with a smile and asked if he was jealous. Buster smiled and said that he was just a little bit. Bastard said that what was more important now was that she spent every second happily with him. Karen smiled and said that she was happy enough. The Archduke looked at the Count and told him not to worry because he would not kill him right away. Buster said that the Count would suffer and be tormented for a very long time. Buster looked at him and said with a smirk that he would make him feel pain that would make him beg for death. The ladies sat drinking tea and passionately discussed the situation that had developed in the Imperial Palace. One of the ladies said that her husband had been given a huge fine, while the other girl said that it was good that he had only been given a fine. She asked if they had heard any rumors about the Count. She from the lady said that they could not think that one day the Viscount and the Count would disappear. They were shocked that they could just disappear without a trace. The young ladies said that they were very scared. Karen listened to all this and said nothing in response to the discussions. Karen's friend came up to her and said that the atmosphere was very tense right now. The Marquis looked at her and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He greeted her. She greeted him back. The Marquis said that no one could have imagined that aristocratic society would change so much in just 2 months. Karen said that on the other hand it was very good, since now the aristocrats would be more careful while the Emperor was alive. The Marquis looked at her and said that it seemed that the Archduke and his butler had temporarily moved into the Imperial Palace. Karen said that the Archduke had to visit a building nearby. Karen said that she heard that the Emperor was in good health these days. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Nitty. Karen hugged her son and asked if he had behaved well during the lesson. Buster looked at his son and told him to come to him and he would pick him up. Karen was surprised to see her husband there. Buster looked tenderly at his wife and said that she shouldn't lift him anymore, as he was getting very heavy after all. Buster approached his wife and asked if he was late. Karen said that he was not late, but just on time. Buster asked if they could go now. The young ladies watched the Archduke and Archduchess and said that they were quite nice. One of the ladies said that it turned out that the man had a nice side. They rode in a carriage sitting next to each other. Karen was truly happy. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she wanted a drink before bed. Karen was surprised by this proposal. Karen was taken aback and thought. She looked at her husband and asked if they shouldn't take their son into the next room then. Buster was confused and didn't understand why it was necessary to carry his son. Karen smiled and said that they would spend the night together. Buster was shocked and embarrassed. Buster hugged his wife and said that this was the first time she had ever spoken about spending the night together. He looked at her and said that he really hoped that things would continue like this. Karen smiled at him and said that it would be so. Buster picked up his son and carried him into the room with a smile. He asked his wife to wait a little. He said that just a minute and he would come running back. Karen smiled as she watched him go. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she was interested in what had happened to the Earl and the Viscount. Karen looked at him and said that she had already learned everything from Vasily. Buster was shocked and did not understand when she had managed to meet the leader of the Information Guild. Karen said they met by chance on the way to the restaurant, after which they exchanged a few words on the street. She looked at Buster and said that he had nothing to worry about. Buster drank some wine and said that he was still a thorn in their lives. Karen smiled. Karen looked at her husband and asked if it was true that the Count had been handed over to those women. Buster looked at his wife and said that it was true. They had suffered greatly because of him, and Buster thought that this was the only way they could not fully punish him. Buster said that thanks to the Emperor, they received proper medical care and protection, and their statuses were restored. Buster said that all women will be given maximum care so that they can start their lives with a clean slate. Karen looked at her husband and thanked him for his help. Buster looked at her and said nothing. A moment later, Buster said he wanted to formally enter the threads into the family register. He looked at his wife and asked her what she thought. Karen looked at him and said that for now she completely agreed, because now they were closer and especially since he was his child. He looked at her and asked if she really agreed. He said that he would like to get married again. Karen was confused and did not understand what was being discussed. Buster said that he meant that he would like to officiate the wedding. Karen smiled and asked why he wanted to have a wedding because she was happy enough. Buster said that they had entered into that marriage. They had only signed the papers, and he wanted to have a wedding like the others. He said he wanted to see her in a beautiful white dress and say his vows and exchange rings. Karen smiled and said that they didn't hold the wedding because there was a reason, but now, in principle, everything suited her, and there was no need to hold it. Buster looked at her and said that he was not happy with this and he would very much like to have a wedding with her. Buster said that he would very much like to confess his love to her and spend the night with her, and also go on a date. He looked at her intently and said that he wanted to do everything as his lovers usually do. He looked at her with a loving look and said that they should start everything from scratch right now. Buster looked at her intently and said that he loved her very much. Karen was very touched by his words. She looked at him, fascinated. Karen was a little confused and didn't know if this lifestyle would suit her. Buster looked at her and said that anything would suit her. He came closer to her and said that moreover they had already become ordinary lovers. He looked her straight in the eyes and said that he liked her very much. He said that he didn't know what moment it was, but in one moment he fell deeply in love with her. Buster said that's why he wants her to fall in love with him too as soon as possible. Buster said he hopes she will always be happy and will never stop smiling brightly. Buster looked at her and with a smile on his face said that he was ready to wait as long as it took, until she herself wanted to spend days and nights with him. Karen smiled as she was pleased with his words. Buster looked at her and told her to always remember that she could refuse at any moment because it was her right to choose. They lay on the bed and kissed passionately. Buster said that he loved her very much. After the night spent, Karen could not open her eyes. Karen didn't want to wake up because she knew that they had spent the night together. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she was awake. Karen stared at him and knew that even though it wasn't their first night together, she knew they had spent it as true lovers, starting over with a clean slate. She thought that was probably why it felt different. Karen looked at Buster and said that his eyes reminded her of two brightly sparkling rubies. Karen smiled and said she couldn't believe it was almost the end of the year. Buster smiled and said he never thought the year would go by so quickly. The young people merged into a passionate kiss. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she wanted to go on a date with him. Karina was very surprised and glad that he asked her out on a date. Buster said that he confessed his love to her first, then they should go on a date, and then he planned to propose to her. Buster said that he decided that he had done this and he could go through with the wedding with peace of mind. He looked at her and asked her what she thought of his plan. Karen looked into the distance, embarrassed, and said that she didn't mind, but unfortunately she didn't know anything about what couples did on dates. Buster looked at her and said that on dates like this, you can do whatever you want. He came closer to her and asked if she would mind giving him some of her time. Karen looked at him and said that she thought it would be a little difficult to do that right now. Buster smiled and said that he would then wait for her exactly 1 hour later on the first floor. He kissed her and said that he hoped she would remember this day fondly because it would be their first date as ordinary lovers. After his words, Karen was very embarrassed. Buster looked at his wife and smiled and said, "See you soon." Needy said with a smile that he had already gone to school. Karina smiled and told him to try to behave properly at school. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she had said goodbye to her son. Buster said that it was really time for them to get going. All day Buster spoke in Karen my lady, which embarrassed her greatly, and she asked him how long he would continue to call her that. Buster looked at her and said that was what he would call her until today was over. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she could pull back the curtain. Karen pulled the curtain back a little and noticed a beautiful landscape. She said it was the first time she had seen such a wildly beautiful landscape. Buster smiled. He said he had wanted her to see him like that so much that he had asked the coachman to take that road beforehand. Karen thanked her husband. They arrived at the place and a man came out to greet them. Basta looked at the man and said that they were happy. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man said that that was true. The man looked at them and said that he was pleasantly surprised, since the Archduke this time did not come alone, but was accompanied by such a beautiful lady. He invited them to go inside. Karina was surprised by such pleasant words. They went inside, and Karen saw that there was no one at all in the restaurant. The man looked at her and asked if she was surprised that no one was there. The man said that Mr. Buster had asked to rent out the entire restaurant for today. Karen was surprised. The man suggested that they sit down wherever they felt comfortable. The man looked at them and said that the Archduke and his father had been their visitors since his father had been the manager here, so he was lucky enough to see the little Archduke. Karina was very happy and asked what the Archduke was like as a child. The man looked at them and said with a smile that, to tell the truth, He was a very mischievous and disobedient child. The manager said that Buster was just a terrible fidget. He said that he even remembers an incident when Buster secretly snuck into the kitchen and turned everything upside down. Karen was very surprised. The man said that after the young Archduke overturned a pot of food in the kitchen, his father scolded him so harshly that he burst into tears. Buster was shocked and said he did not cry. Buster screamed that he was lying and he never cried at all. Karen was surprised and laughed a little. She looked at her husband and said that he was very little then, and that's why he probably forgot Buster was shocked and screamed that it couldn't have happened at all, and he didn't cry at all. Karen smiled and said that she believed him. The man said, looking at Buster, that it was nice talking to them, but with their permission he would go to the kitchen to bring them a dish. Karen smiled at the man, as she was very pleased to hear stories about her husband. They were brought a lot of food. Karen started eating and said that it looked quite appetizing. Buster looked at his wife and said that after they ate, they would go for a walk in the capital. Buster looked at her and said that she still needed to buy a lot of new jewelry. And after all that, she would have a truly amazing surprise. Karen was shocked. She looked at her husband and asked when he had even had time to prepare everything. Buster looked at her and said that it was a secret, and he couldn't tell her everything. Buster looked at her intently and said that he really wanted to see and do a lot of things with her. Karen, stunned, looked at her husband. She was surprised by his words. She was very pleased that he cared about her. Buster looked at his wife and said that he wanted to thank her from the bottom of his heart. After all, it was thanks to her that his life had acquired bright colors and become so beautiful and happy. The young ladies drank tea with the Duchess and thanked her for inviting them to tea. Karen looked at them and said that she was very grateful that they decided to accept her offer and helped her when she needed them. Karen said she was very happy that her son was able to make so many friends, and the young lady said they were very happy to help her. One of the girls saw a ring on the Archduchess's finger. She said it looked very stunning. They saw the ring and said it was the famous Royal Rose diamond ring. Karina was a little taken aback as she didn't know such details about the ring. They said that it was very lovely. Karen remembered the moment when her husband got down on one knee and proposed to her to the sound of fireworks. She knew that it was a really big surprise for her. She didn't even think that the ring was so expensive and valuable. The girls said they had heard that the ring was from the royal treasury. One of the girls said she had heard that its price was equivalent to buying a gem mine. After hearing this, Karen was shocked, as she did not expect her husband to give her such an expensive gift. One of the girls said that there were rumors that the Archduke was very good at choosing jewelry, and it seemed that this was actually true. Karen was a little embarrassed and just laughed in response. One of the young ladies looked at Karen and asked if something was bothering her. Karen said that she was worried that the Archduke had spent too much money. She said that he had bought her a lot of expensive things that day and had also rented a restaurant so that it would be just the two of them, and when they attended the play, they sat in an empty hall. Karen said that she actually felt very awkward because there were only the two of them in the entire audience. She said that this was not all, and asked the girls if they knew designers named Sleep. The girls said that they knew him because he was one of the most famous designers in the empire. The girls said that there were rumors that he even became the personal designer of the Archduke. Karen said that the man sews one dress every week. Karen said that she only has one body and physically she does not have time to wear all the dresses. The girls looked at the young lady with envy and said that they felt very sorry for her. One of the girls said that she was a little jealous of her because she couldn't buy his dress because he didn't put them up for sale. Another girl also supported her, said that she also wanted to buy at least one dress, but he refused and said that he wouldn't sell the dress for money. Karen looked at them and asked if they would mind if she gave them a dress of his design. Karen said that she has many dresses of his cut, which she has not even had time to touch. But in truth, there is one nuance. You will have to adjust them to the girls' sizes yourself. The young ladies were very happy for such a generous gift from the Archduchess. They thanked her profusely for such a gift. Buster looked at his wife and said that if you think about it, they didn't start dating like other couples 6 months ago. Karen knew that a lot had happened in that time. Buster confessed his love to Karen every day. They went on a date once or twice a week, and in public they showed tender feelings, although it embarrassed her a little. She knew that if she remembered how wonderful the days spent with him were, she could simply melt. Karen was truly happy to be with her husband. Buster looked at his wife and said that there was a very beautiful and unusual island in the South Sea. He said that he had heard that there were many places to walk and enjoy the view. He looked at her and asked if she would like to go to the island with him. Karen smiled at the suggestion as she was drawn to the island. She asked how many days it would take. Buster moved closer to his wife and said that it would take them a week. He asked her how about going there together. Karen was shocked because she wouldn't be able to see her son for a week. She asked how he would be alone at home. Buster looked at her and said that he would be fine and that she shouldn't worry. He looked at her and asked if she wanted to travel with just him. Buster went up to his son and said that if Mom and Dad were together, alone for a few days, then Nitty would have a little brother or sister. Nitty was surprised and asked if it was true. Buster said it was. Buster looked at his wife and hugged her. He said that he had already explained everything to the Marquis, and he said that he could babysit their son while they were on the cruise. Karen was surprised, as her husband was able to prepare everything in advance. Buster said that he had also rented a boat for them in advance. Karen looked at her husband and couldn't imagine when he had managed to get everything ready. Buster also smiled at her and said that he had already rented an entire island for them. Karen was a little puzzled and asked her husband if he thought it was a bit too much. Buster told her not to worry and that everything was fine. Buster said he was very eager to make up for everything she had missed out on, as he had been a little late. Buster looked at his wife and said that he really wanted her to be happy and get used to it. Because it would always be like that. He said he wanted her to take it for granted. Buster looked at his wife and asked if she would like to go on the cruise with him. He said that he wanted her to make the decision herself because he didn't want to force her, because then she wouldn't be able to fully enjoy the cruise. Karen looked at her husband, puzzled, and asked if he was worried that a lot of work might accumulate for her too. Buster looked at her and said that he had already warned 10. So she had nothing to worry about and everything would be fine. He looked at his wife's face and said that 10 herself offered to help when she heard that they wanted to go on a cruise, and she also wanted a break from the Emperor. Buster said that he knew that it was not quite right to involve the young future Empress, but however, she was not yet an Empress, so everything was fine. Buster looked at Karen and said that he wanted to give her something to look at. Karen was confused and didn't know what he wanted to show her. He handed her a document and told her to open it and look at it herself. Karen looked and saw a family register. Buster looked at her and apologized for the lateness of the result, as it had taken a little longer to add the thread to the registry due to the birth certificate not being properly registered. Karen looked at the document and thanked her husband. She was happy with all the current events, but she still regretted that she could not give him his father's last name and patronymic, but now he was officially with a last name and patronymic. Buster looked at his wife and asked her not to cry. Karina said that she was not crying at all. Karen looked at her husband and said that she was so happy she was just crazy. Blaster kissed his wife and said that he loved her very much. Karen looked at her son and asked if he could manage without them. She asked if he wanted to go with his mom and dad. Needy said he could manage all alone and he didn't want to go with them, so it would be better for him to stay in the estate. Buster looked at his son and said that he had grown a lot. Needy looked at his father and told him not to forget the promise he made to him. Buster said he wouldn't forget. Buster looked at his son and said that he could be naughty, but within reasonable limits, he agreed with him. Karen smiled and said that Buster should not have said that to his son. Buster looked at his son and said that if he wanted to go to the toy store, he could buy whatever he wanted. Nitty was very happy, but also asked him if they would suddenly run out of money, they would then starve. Buster told him not to worry, because even if the country went bankrupt, his safe would always be full of money. Buster walked up to his wife and asked if she was ready to go. Karen asked him to wait a little longer. Karen walked up to her son and said that it was time for her to go. Karen told him not to cry, and if he missed her, he could send her a letter, but after thinking a little, she said that most likely it would not be possible to send a letter. She asked him to be strong, and his mother would soon return to him. Karina hugged her son and apologized for leaving him alone. The little boy said that he was an adult and he could handle everything. Buster looked at them and said that at this rate, they might miss the ship. They were about to leave. Needy in turn shouted and called for his mother. Karen said that she would definitely buy him a present. Buster was confused because he did not understand where on the island she was going to buy him a present. They sailed to the island on a ship Karen was amazed by, the beautiful view. She was fascinated by the view from the ship. She was truly happy to see such beauty with her husband. Buster looked at her and asked if she liked the view. Karen said it was the first time she had seen the sea, and its green-blue color reminded her of emeralds. Karen looked at her husband and said that she wanted her son to see the sea, too. Buster said that he would definitely see the sea soon. Buster looked at his wife and said with a smile that even now she was worried about their son. She looked at him with a smile and asked if he was jealous. Buster smiled and said that he was just a little bit. Bastard said that what was more important now was that she spent every second happily with him. Karen smiled and said that she was happy enough,